How much are you willing to sacrifice to ride this wave and try and get this championship today?
Look at that right. That is a massive wall of water, one of the biggest waves we've seen.
He made it! Oh my gosh.
Oh, massive.
Oh my!
A major run of winter swell lights up the Atlantic, and all attention turns to the iconic shores of Nazaré, Portugal. Welcome. It's the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Some absolute legends from around the world. Some based in town here a lot of the year in winter, training, prepping. Some flown in from the other side of the world. A lot of talent, a lot of experience, and it'll be required today, as we are hoping, we're expecting to see another historic day of surfing here from the coast of Portugal. Justine Dupont has won so much out here. She's getting ready to go out. Ian Cosenza, Michel de Bouillon. How about these guys with all the charisma and fun to big wave surfing? Pedro Scooby, Luca Shumbo. They'll be ready to have at it. And some absolute performers, legends. Let's see what they can do. This is the canvas they're going to perform on. A major, major swell event. It's been pumping for days out here, and forecasters crunched the numbers. They looked at today. We got super clean conditions. Anticipation builds. Tens of thousands of people line the cliffs here, and this is the reason it really is a truly special, magical place. Welcome. Good morning. We've got a couple of big wave legends joining me in the studio. Izzy Gomez, Jalda Masset. How are you guys feeling?
Great. I'm so stoked to be here. Thank you. Yeah, it's just so special to be here at Nazaré and to see the swell do its thing, and it's really beautiful.
Jow, little glimpse of the ocean there. We got waves, mate.
Gosh, it's hard to just stay calm through it all, you know, just seeing, you know, some rides right in the morning, and it's just, I mean, it's just, the energy is ecstatic. It's a pilgrimage. There's thousands of people at dawn already coming down, and this energy of just seeing the ocean this close, it's something really special. It's amazing to be here again one more year.
Yeah, it's a constant talking point, isn't it? We never know exactly what we're going to get here. You look at the raw numbers and we kind of, you know, we think we know what it's going to translate to, but when you come down and get that first look, we saw a couple of major ones this morning. We saw someone get a wave and get kind of lit up all the way to the beach. There's a lot of power out there.
Gosh, it's super powerful. It's just like the swell is still pulsing, although it's dropping throughout the day. I think this kind of higher tide, it was a wipeout. We were all in shock, like right at dawn. And yeah, it's just one of those things, how that much energy, and at the same time, it just, yeah, it's Nazaré. What can we say? It's just this phenomena, natural phenomena, and it's a proud and joy of Portugal.
That is it. You just rolled into town yesterday. You've been over here before, but your first impressions from what you've seen this morning?
Yeah, I just got here last night, but this morning, I mean, is just crazy energy. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, to be honest, and it's really special to be able to see Nazaré do its thing and see all the spectators, and it's high energy, and it's going to be an epic day of surfing.
A truly unique place in the surf world. Well, what exactly makes Nazaré so special? It's a combination of things, really, that make this wave really stand alone, Zhao, in the world. And a lot of it, obviously, comes to do with the swells, but also the local bathymetry here, which plays such a big part.
Yeah, I think that's really, you know, this natural phenomena of a giant wave. You know, I mean, obviously, Mavericks has its characteristics, Piahi, you know, but Nazaré has this same phenomena of, you know, 170-kilometer long canyon that goes way out to sea towards Peniche, where the CT also takes place. And then it just all focuses its energy right here at the takeoff zone, you know, at this spot.
That's not today. This looks like a smaller day.
Yeah, that's exactly. But it's just beautiful to see what's behind a big wave, right? You know, we just see it visible, but look at this. It's just this beautiful, massive canyon. It can go 5 kilometers deep, and it's just something, it's something else. I think it just really sparks our imagination, doesn't it?
I mean, that convergence zone really says it all. We watched a couple this morning. We took a little wander down to the fort, right? And we're watching that big peak, that double up on the inside. I mean, it's frightening even from the safety of the cliff.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see. I was saying earlier, I think it should be added to the wonders of the world. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's a wonder.
Absolutely amazing to be back in town here to see it. So this is down at the harbour. Athletes from the Red Bull base, and they're making their way to their equipment. The preparations for this would have been being dialed in for a while now. I've had about a month or so since our waiting period opens. We haven't got a chance to get ready, and this day comes after a run of a few days, and that'll make everyone feel a little more confident as well. Zhao, the chance to be surfing out there and doing multiple reps over the last week or so.
Yeah, the equipment's, you know, super dialed. It's interesting, you know, already noticing some equipment choices, you know, the 4 fins, and so all the equipment is like super dialed. You know, they've had all these opportunities with all this big swell run, and just different sizes, and you know, and at the same time, everyone's paced themselves, so they're ready. This is the day, right? This is the day that all the athletes have been dreaming about. I mean, this is what the teams all converge for, and you know, the stage is set. It's amazing. This is a really big deal for all the surfers. You know, this is kind of, you know, really, when you're in, it's a really big deal.
Big wave surfing is also about watching the forecast, right? I mean, we're constantly doing it. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast and see what we're expecting to be served up today. So this swell been pulsing for a number of days, but this day really stood out with the peak of the swell hitting overnight and a really good angle, crucially, as well.
Yeah, look at that. It's crossing the hole. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Everyone's been following it for the last couple of days. So the anxiety builds up as you see this big blob. So
this is what we're looking at. Pretty much perfect angle for Nazaré. Plenty of north in it. That's the size. I mean, a little bit sort of subjective in terms of, are you faces? Are you going off the backs? Are you going the Hawaiian scale? What are you using, Izzy?
I usually go faces. I'm from Florida, but I know a lot of people use the back.
Well, we know it's going to be big out here. You look at a traditional model and you see, you know, 6-10 feet of swell out here. That could be 30 foot plus. I mean, all those numbers really go out the window a little bit. What we know, it's going to be big, it's going to be scary, and hopefully really, really entertaining. We've got some amazing talent as well in terms of our roster that's going to be taken to the water here in the format. One we've been running for the last couple of years in terms of what both of you guys, in terms of competing in big waves. How much in your mindset is thinking about getting that win, or just going out there and trying to perform, find a way? Where's your head at the moment if you go out for a competition?
Yeah, I mean, competing in big waves, there's already so much on the line. So adding the pressure of competition, it's a whole nother animal. But I believe that all these guys out here are so experienced, and they're just going to go out there and have fun and put on a show for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, having fun, I think, is where you reach your highest performances. Mm-hmm. So if you're able to get into that zone, I think that's where, you know, where you want to be, and really kind of overcome that fear and anxiety and just kind of let it go. It's easier said than done, for sure, but that's the zone, the happy zone.
Time to get down to Claudia Pinto. She's at the Red Bull base with the call.
Good morning, guys. I'm here at the Athlete Zone with Justine Dupont, our champion, previous champion. What's the call for today?
It's on, so let's go for the comp. It's gonna be challenging condition, but we are ready, and I've got the best teammate that I could dream of for Eric Rabier, and Fred Davis doing my safety. So we are ready. All the team are ready. It's gonna be on super soon, and I hope we all gonna score some good wave. We all gonna be happy at the end of the day, and I hope we all be safe at the end of the day.
Last time you told me that being a mom changed your relationship with fear. Did it change also your morning routine?
Kind of. You think about the baby, you don't need to put an alarm, the baby wakes you up, and then it's about the diaper and all of that, and for sure. And this morning I was a little bit in the rush because I took a bit too much time with the baby, but then you let him to a Portuguese family Machado, so I'm confident he's in good hands, and I can focus on my thing, on Big Wave, on this comp. Be smart, be focused, and stay safe. So it's okay. I can separate the two.
Good luck for this one.
Thanks
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Love it. Thanks, Claudia. Justine Dupont, one absolute legend out here. These really are the most important people today, Zhao, safety team.
This is amazing. I think this is one of the most unique things in our sport. We have Sebastian Steudner, the current world record holder here at Nazaré. He took it on himself to be the safety team leader. And I think to have an athlete at the top of his game at the same time wanting to kind of be part of safety, I think it's something really unique to surfing. And it does show this brotherhood of surfing. Obviously, it is a competition. I mean, the guys all want and girls all want to have, that top seed, that big trophy. But there is really an undertone of this looking after each other. And to see Sebastian pick up this, I mean, he could just be so many other places, but this is the exact place where he wants to be. It's really special.
Well, it is a competition. Time to get an explainer on the format and how it's all going to go down today.
The world's premier big wave tow-in competition returns to Nazaré, Portugal for the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge. This one-day tow-in only event brings together 9 two-person teams to compete for over 4 hours in multi-session competition. Each team gets 2 40-minute sessions to find their best waves. Partners are free to swap surfing and driving positions as they see fit during the competition. A surfer's best 2 waves after surfing both heats will count to an individual total score, and a surfer's best wave will count for double points. A surfer's maximum individual total score is 30 points, using a scoring scale from 1 to 10 for any single wave. Surfers can count rides from either of their sessions on that day. Best performance for a male and for a female will be awarded to the surfers with the highest individual scores. Best team performance will be awarded to the team that finishes atop the leaderboard after 2 sessions. The highest combined score a team can achieve is 60 points.
That's how competition's going to work here today. The TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge.
Amazing memories, right? It's oh gosh, so many performers over the years. It's just crazy. It's just seeing that.
Thinking of some of the stuff we've seen go down in the past and conditions we've got today. Really excited about where it could go. Of course, it's all about the talent that's in the water and the exact personnel we have. We've got a couple of changes this time around. Of course, we already mentioned Seb Steudner, who's surfed here in the past. He's running safety, but this is what we're looking at in terms of our heat draw. There are those 3 groups of 3. And in our first matchup, Group A, couple of names there for competition this year. Ben Sanchez of France, Jaume Saoun of Morocco. Sancho been here pretty much since day dot. Did a lot of the early work.
Yeah.
With Eric Ribier, they were a force to be reckoned with out here. And Jaume Saoun, an amazing big wave surfer with so much experience.
So much experience, yeah. He has a great connection with Dylan, Dylan Longbottom, one of the, core shapers who's really revolutionized big wave surfing here at Nazaré. And so, yeah, the fact that he got the call, I mean, he must be, in heaven with just this amazing opportunity that he has to be here and to perform at Nazaré.
And then looking down to Group C, we just had a slight change. Ben Larg, unfortunately, had to withdraw. And we brought in James Carew, who's an amazing waterman from Australia. He's a multiple champion in kite surfing. He's a bit of a unit. He's a style master as well. He's teaming up with the veteran Andrew Cotton from the UK. Is he looking at these names here? Who are you excited to see today?
Yeah, I mean, of course, all the girls. I'm so excited to see them push the limits. One of my favorites, Andrew Cotton. I think he's such a legend and just all-around great human. So really stoked to see him do his thing.
Super cool.
No surprise to see the cliffs absolutely stacked. We've had some numbers thrown out between 40, even up to 50,000 people here on the biggest days lining the cliffs and getting a view really, which just doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. There's no way you can get this physically close to a wave that size other than being on a ski or by riding it, but being able to stand there on the cliffs, I mean, you can feel your bones shake when these whitewaters explode. It really is something else.
It's so unique. I think it really is something, and it just, I mean, you know, a lot of conservation work can really thrive from here, and it's something that I've noticed a lot, you know, a lot of groups, and we have a project here, you know, the Hope Zones Foundation has been a grantee of the World Surf League One Ocean program, and I think this beauty of surfing, you know, on a giant scale, this looked like Tom Butler's wave, didn't it? So I think this was their warm-up. Wow.
So some warm-up waves as we get ready to start. That'll give you an indication of the magnitude of the waves here. We saw that surf line forecast, waves around the 50-foot plus range on the face. Call it what you want from the back. It's pretty big, and it's going to be really entertaining. That first heat will feature Lukashenko, Pedro Scooby, Ben Sanchez, Jaume Sayoun, Michel de Bouillon, Ian Casenza. So that's our first trio hitting the water. There they are. Just a little bit of fog out there, but should be able to make out these jerseys.
Yeah, no problem. No, Michel and Jan, they've been coming for years and years. You know, they're part of that Brazilian forest, and they're a couple themselves, and it's a really amazing evolution that they've made, and all the giant swells that they've surfed together. And Michel's been pushing female surfing. And she, you know, I think that's that combination, right, Lizzie, of surfing well, you know, well in small waves, and then putting that into this big, giant canvas of big waves.
Yeah, especially here at Nazaré, I mean, it gives you that huge canvas to just do some really beautiful carving turns and to see the girls take their small wave surfing and performance surfing and translate it into swells as big as 50 foot. It's really inspiring.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, remember, Paul, you were kind of mentioning that, you know, this is a different swell from the world record swells, right? So Nazaré obviously is very proud. Are we start? Okay. Gosh, we're just excited for this to start, anything that moves.
Warm-up wave for Michel, that looked like.
Gosh, maybe it was, just to get the jitters out and...
Yeah, she's been an absolute fixture here. Just to come back on her, what she's been able to do. She's been a fixture in this event as well. And we talk a lot about, you know, some of the challenges of big waves and, you know, even the weight that you want to have in the board. She's not a big person. She's slight in stature. It's so impressive how hard she goes at this. It really has been amazing. And I expect this year, every year we've seen her in the event, right, she gets better and better.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I honestly feel like we haven't seen Michel reach her full potential, and you know, she's just sending it bigger and bigger every year, and it's really cool to see her progression.
Yeah. No, and she's always, you know, looking at the details and looking at the boards, you know, to adapt to kind of her, like you said, kind of her weight. And so she mixes a lot of things, and she really is a technician too behind the scenes and is there every single time. So she really puts in the effort and the energy, and she loves it. That's it. She keeps coming back and pushing herself, and it's really wonderful to see.
Still waiting to start here, just prepping to get things underway for another historic event in the water. We'll have someone who's won everything out here, really. Lucas Chianca, down the years, paddling, towing. Yeah. He's absolutely done it all out here, and I think also from him, year after year, his sort of relish for the whole thing. He's always got a big smile on his face. He loves his job.
He really does.
He's got a fun job.
Were you hanging out with him a little bit, Lizzie, at the Red Bull camp?
Oh, yeah.
He's such a ball of energy. I mean, what a personality. It's impossible not to love him, you know what I mean? And in the water, he's one of the most generous guys. Like, he wants everyone to have a really good time and surf, and what a character.
So as we just wait for the safety teams just to get in place, make sure everything is dialed in before we start under these big conditions. The crowd are looking forward to it. Can't wait to see things get underway. You were mentioning on the drive over here, you had towed a wave out there at the end of the road with Lucas.
Oh, yeah. Earlier this year during the summer, I did a last-minute strike mission to Tahiti, and Lucas towed me into the best wave of my life.
Wow,
So,
there you go.
yeah, Lucas has always been very selfless when it comes to helping the younger generation and his teammates, and it's just a pleasure to have him a part of the big wave community. And yeah, he's just such a legend, all-around great person.
All around, yeah, and a performer. I mean, the stuff he's doing on the waves here, I mean, it's just revolutionized, you know, what's possible, you know, the carves and just the airs. I mean, what he's doing.
As we see on top of the fort here, St. Michael the Archangel, built way back 12th century medieval times.
Yeah, and then I think the fort actually had a negative relationship with the local community because it was a prison during the dictatorship. And so surfing kind of broadened it and opened it up. But that's where all the spotters, right? A key element of the teams. So the teams, when you enroll your team, you have to have, you know, a surfer and a driver, a second rescue lined up, and a spotter.
That's what we're looking at in terms of a judging criteria here today. So commitment, degree of difficulty, intensity, and size of wave. I feel like that one is maybe the one that just kind of stands out if you want to make it simple, because we can throw a bit of a word salad at this, but if it's a big, strong, steep, powerful wave, you can go right up the scale.
Yeah. I think how deep, you know, those lines, I think that's it. The judges, as they all, you know, are also adapting and learning year after year, and they get feedback from the surfers. And, you know, it used to be a paddle contest too. So that vertical drop, I think, is something that, you know, and how deep you are and if you're able to make it. I think just that, it looks like a simple line, but the speed that you're going and just to hold your line and make it successfully to the corner is something really special. But those big carves, like we were saying, that Lucas kind of revolutionized. I mean, obviously, you know, Nick Van Roop has an amazing small wave game, and we were talking about Clement, obviously, you know, from France and his style. And
he announced himself, didn't he, with that very first turn that he did first heat.
Like a tail slide or something.
Yeah, what a performer he is. We've got so much talent out on the water here this year, still getting ready to kick off TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge in solid conditions here at Praia do Norte in Nazaré.
Yeah, you can see this high tide, right? That it's just kind of really banging the rocks, and I think, but this is the time, yeah. So I guess there's probably something, they might be waiting just for the turn. Oh, who's the, oh, this is Clement. We're talking about himself. There you go. Yeah, because he signed up with TUDOR last year. So he's one of the TUDOR athletes also.
Another multi-disciplinarian, can do it on all sorts of craft. Got an amazing attacking, aggressive, fluid style, which looks so good out here at Nazaré.
That was a funny thing. I remember, Lizzie, you had a great comment about how, like, windsurfers, how kite surfers are able to actually have an amazing surfing style on a wave. And Clement is a great example, and I think James is going to impress all of us. I've seen him kiting giant waves, but I'm pretty sure, and I've seen him surf too. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Just how kiting and surfing marry.
Yeah, I think it's honestly just such an advantage to have different backgrounds that can complement your surfing, whether that's windsurfing, kite surfing, SUP. I actually did a bunch of the SUP World Tour events with Clement, like, not too long ago, and that's kind of how...
You won, like, how many world titles?
What? Me?
Yeah.
Five.
Just quietly. 5 world titles.
Oh, my gosh. But, yeah, I mean, the man himself, Kai Lenny, paved that way for us to kind of see what was possible to go from discipline to discipline, and it's really cool to see so many athletes just so multifaceted now.
learn and do those crossovers, right? That's
Yeah.
really interesting. They didn't make it this year, unfortunately, right? Kailani and Ian Walsh were not able to make it, but they're here in spirit, right? And they've had so many amazing performances. Kai loves it here. I've seen him do some crazy waves, crazy wipeouts. That was some footage, right, that he had of just the flip side of Nazaré, you know, you gotta be ready for those hold downs.
The raw elements of nature here, just a little bit of fog as well, we can see, well, quite a bit actually, and this morning it was very bright and bluebird, really sunny skies.
Little haze, isn't it?
Yeah, so let's just see. Obviously we need to have vision for a number of reasons, obviously for judging and that sort of thing, but crucially for that communication between teams on the fort, the spotters directing the rescues, the most important part of everything that's going on here today. So we'll just pick up this vision and see. It looks like it's maybe just starting to back off a bit, but the last 15, 20 minutes or so, this rolled in.
It did.
Classic Nazaré.
Yeah, classic. It's not how we want it. It's how it is, isn't it? Yeah. The offshore was forecasted all day, and so I think it's just like there was such a pulse in the morning, so much swell that maybe it's just like some leftover haze and the ocean's settling a little bit. When
speaking of outstanding performances out here, the Frenchman Clément Josero was absolutely amazing last year. Just really picking up that mantle, just pushing things alongside his mate, Nick Van Rupp.
Yeah.
He's an absolute lord out here as well. But Clément just so impressive.
So impressive.
So taking out that Best Male Performance Award last year. Conditions weren't massive. There were a couple of big ones out there, but it was that medium size, and that allowed for surfers to really use those maneuvers, and that's where a lot of the scores came.
Yeah, these big carves, right? Looks like he has pretty light boards. I think it's like in the 4 kilo, 5 kilo mark. But these carves are just beautiful.
It's so incredible to see the lines that these guys draw out here in such crazy conditions.
Yeah. Even smaller, it's still a massive wave. That's the thing. I mean, proportionate for everyone at home, isn't it, Paul? I mean, we're kind of, we've watched it and we're always looking for those details, but anywhere else in the world, this would be a massive, massive wave. Here goes Nick, our Portuguese pride. Yeah. He's from Praia Grande, so it's
your hometown?
Yeah, my hometown. No, he actually, I gotta say this. I mean, he started at my surf school, surfing. He came with his parents, and obviously he's an animal, he's a talent. I was just, kind of there to witness it all, but it's kind of a fun thing that, that he, but he always had that energy, always wanted to get better, always wanted to improve, embrace the preparation, and, he didn't like rocks, slabs. He's become one of the gnarliest barrel riders in the world.
Was there that moment when the apprentice sort of passed the sensei, or are we still waiting for that to happen, Zhao? Is that still yet to happen, mate?
I'm not doing my job properly if that didn't happen. That was the whole thing. But it's beautiful to, live vicariously a little bit through his dreams and our dreams collectively of just getting barreled all around the world. And with Sergio Cosman, he put Rodrigo Cocha on that world record wave, so it's great that he's close to Nick, and they've worked together. He taught Nick how to, drive and spent a lot of time with him. And so it's just about staying calm. Nick's been a little bit so under, you're kind of mentioning that word of underperforming, compared to how good you are. His results are really not at all representative of his day in and day out performances here. And, that's the thing. Every year, it's all about showing up, and hopefully this will be the year that he can really show his surfing. He landed a massive air, maybe last week. Peter Jolly from Australia was here, and he registered a really cool moment. So, just a full rotation, but sky high, tail way up, and just unbelievable. So maybe the second round might have a little bit of that, because the swell's dropping, and there might be. I think everyone's definitely trigger happy to pull out their air game. So let's see what the day holds. Look at these lines. It's so clean when you watch it from this kind of above angle. You don't see that turmoil of the inside, and you just see the beauty of the waves. Wow.
So nice peaky kind of shape to the waves with this direction as well. which you get those giant teepees. It looks so amazing, but a big challenge to ride these waves, to put yourself, well, you kind of want to stop behind it. Is that what we're doing here, is he?
Yeah, I mean, on a day like today, it seems like you want to try to get that early entry, maybe backdoor the peak, come in behind it to be able to maximize the scoring potential of the wave, to keep yourself in the power source, to do a nice turn. You know, I think that's where a lot of the points are going to come from. And like you guys said, maybe with the swell dropping, we'll see some people take to the air and have some more of those acrobatic movements.
Plenty of swell out in the water here this morning. A bit of fog in the air as well. Time to go to a quick commercial break here from the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. More live coverage from Portugal right after this.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Mel, humaniza-te.
Welcome back to Nazaré as we'll pick up vision of the scene out on the lineup. Big teepees from the Atlantic. Clear skies first thing, a little bit of fog on the water, a little bit of just a pause to get things underway here this morning. We've been talking about some of the iconic performances that we've seen over the last couple of years. Let's remind ourselves on how things went down. Check out some highlights from last year, 24-25, of the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Welcome back to Nazaré. The crowd lining the cliffs here in anticipation. That anticipation will just be prolonged a touch. Visibility, a little bit of an issue here as we are way out on the cliffs, sticking out into the Atlantic and watching some big swells come through, but some fog that's rolled in has just caused us to put a lid on it for a while here. So just official word, we're just going to have a short hold. We're going to make a call at 10:15 for a potential 10:30 start. So that's in around about half an hour's time, but
Yeah.
it's challenging out here, João.
I mean, nature calls the day, nature calls it, and there's been years where it was actually, you know, a tough call, but it really looks, I mean, I think it's just a question of just letting it set a little bit, and we'll all hang in there, and we're all anxious to see the action start, so let's all collectively just let the fog stay where it should be.
Is he in the mindset of a competitor? I mean, you've been surfing the events, heats all your life. If you get to this stage, you're kind of used to having to wait for the ocean. I think anyone would be too perturbed. Although, obviously, you'd probably rather be back at the base in the warmth rather than out there on a ski waiting things to get going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, surfing, that's the beauty of it. We're at the mercy of the weather and the elements. And, yeah, you just have to have patience. And, you know, you want the best conditions for yourself and as well as for the judges to be able to see you, to make sure that you're scored accurately and that it's fair for everybody. And yeah, so the swell's here, it's not going anywhere, and yeah, we'll get back rolling soon, hopefully.
Well, we're going to put our collective minds together and just vibe away this fog, see if we can clear things to get vision for our judging panel, also for all the safety spotters as well. A hold here. We're going to come back for a 10:15 call for a potential 10:30 start, the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Let's go. Sorry.
Just over 7 minutes to start. Just over 7 minutes to start. Just more than 7 minutes. Right to go into. So it's a start or resume the right from. Or restart, give it actually with the 10:40. So that will be in 20. Sorry, 17. 17. It's a good experience. this is just strong. Yeah, very strong. This very nice to fly around it. And yes, we really don't have it. And you can tell it's a super close to me. I've been wanting to do this, but so I was only walking about.
How much are you willing to sacrifice to ride this wave and try and get this championship today?
Look at that right. That is a massive wall of water, one of the biggest waves we've seen.
He made it! Oh my gosh.
Oh, massive.
Oh my!
Good morning once again and welcome back. It's the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge. We are live from the coast of Portugal and a meaty, muscular North Atlantic swell bears down on the coast. A little bit of a hold with some visibility issues this morning. The good news is things clearing up. We're getting ready to get underway here as the anticipation continues to build. Paul Evans alongside Izzy Gomez, as Jalda said, and we're still feeling pretty psyched about getting underway here, Izzy.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see some action. I'm really, really excited. Yeah.
Out in the water, there's surfers out there. They've had a chance to buzz around to get a few warm-up waves, so that'll feel good as well. We watched a couple go down. It's solid. There's some energy.
Yeah, looked like Michelle got a warm-up run in actually just before, or waiting kind of for her heat. And I mean, it's I'm just excited as can be, and just but that's it. The visibility kind of really is obviously a key issue, and the calls need to be made so that everything's in place, and yeah, the judges need to obviously very easily identify and see all the moves and all the complexity that's behind each surfed wave.
Yeah, just think of how long our event is here today as well. I mean, it's not a full day of competition, so a little bit of time to play. So we have gone on that hold, but you know, the tide is going to be a factor as well as we started pretty high this morning, and this sort of stage where we are now, going through the morning here, is probably kind of ideal. So surfers will be pretty keen to get going, but obviously we need to be able to see it to be able to do that. So let's see how that call goes down. But in the meantime, just thinking about getting ready to perform. What's going through your mind, Izzy? You're out there. Let's say you're one of this first group out in the water, and you're anticipating having surfed already. How do you keep that energy up? How do you keep that mental focus?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to tune into that happy place, you know, where you can just stay calm, stay collected, stay warm. It looks pretty cold out there, but and just really focus on when that heat starts, just picking the waves that you want, riding them, and maximizing the score, the scoring potential. And yeah, it's definitely difficult mentally to manage those nerves, especially when you're just in the hurry up and wait game. But I think these surfers are ready.
The other point I wanted to ask you, Xiao, about the uniqueness of this venue. Just during the break there, we saw a wave go down and we heard the applause from the cliff, and it is that interaction between all of those fans that we just saw on the cliff. I mean, you're finishing a ride, you're underneath them, they're cheering the rescues as they happen underneath them off the cliff. As a surfer out in the water, you've competed here in the final here. What's it like having that crowd literally above you watching everything go down?
I really think it's one of the most unique things, because you literally feel, if you do a good ride, you feel that roar of the crowd, and it just, you know, it feeds you, and it just makes you push that extra little bit, and you know, it's just something really, really special. And see people, you know, you look to shore and you just see this, you know, just thousands of people lining up and cheering and jumping, and that's it. And the sound, I don't know, it's not all the time, but sometimes you can really just hear that, and it just really pumps you, and it's just, it's a blessing for surfing, I think, because it's really such a cool way of sharing what we do, and, you know, all the preparation, you know, I mean, this is one day, we're kind of talking about, it's 40 minutes, and that's what's sometimes so difficult, to compress all of the years of preparation, you know, all of this development that you put in to reach this point, and then, you know, it's 40 minutes, or, you know, and so, but that is the beauty of the format, and you know, that's what we have to deal with. But it really is a special moment that Nazaré allows us to be so close to the crowd.
Well, let's remind ourselves how it's going to go down. 9 teams of 2 surfers. They're organised into 3 groups. They get 40 minutes, and they'll have 2 swings at that, so everyone gets to surf twice. And then how it's going to go down in terms of individual total score. Best 2 waves, they can come from either heat. They both come from the same one from each. You're going to double the high score, so give you a number out of 30. And then, of course, the team leaderboard, men's and women's leaderboard, are 3 trophies here. So that's the way it's going to play out. That doubling the high score, that's something that's pretty standard in big wave surfing, just to kind of open up that scale a little bit and show a point of difference.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in big waves, there's usually not a whole lot of opportunity to have that wave quantity. So if you do get that big score, it's super important, and it makes it a lot more interesting. And when you can kind of like double off of that, you can like lock in and really make sure that you're picking the right waves.
It's interesting, and there's no elimination, right? So you get 2 times to surf, which I think is really, you know, good. Like a little bit what we were saying, you might even have a potential shocker in your first heat, and you can make a comeback, or if you think you've got, you know, an amazing first heat, that you still need to back it up, and so you might get all the work done in the first round, but you always get 2 chances, which I think is really nice.
Pretty significant as well, isn't it? Exactly when your heat's full, because at any big wave anywhere around the world, particularly at this one, it's not necessarily like you're getting dawn till dusk of like huge, amazing conditions throughout the day. There will be those moments where it absolutely pulses. If that can happen while your heat's in the water, you can really make the most of it. Get both of your scores from a single heat. As we are still prepping to get underway with that first group, it will feature Lucas Chianca, Pedro Scooby, Ben Sanchez, Jaume Saun, Michel de Bouillon, and Ian Cosenza.
Yeah, these are, you know, the champs are, you know, reigning champs, and so, you know, we always have so much to say about Lucas, and And he connected with Scooby, so they have been going together for some time.
When he first showed up here, Shumbo?
I do.
What was the feeling when you first met this kid? I mean, there was a bit of hype around it, but no one really knew exactly what he was going to become.
He came with Marcos Monteiro. He was a famous Brazilian big wave surfer, paddler. He was one of Gary Linden's team riders, and he showed up, and he was just, I mean, that's the thing of Lucas, and I think that's what Lizzie was saying, which was so cool. He just has this generous approach to him, and so you could see he was like pushing himself nonstop, but he was just very respectful, and I think the way he carries himself in that way, it's a huge, gift for big wave surfing and for the surfing world, because to be that confident in the performance side of things, but then so generous and so kind, it's something really special. That looked like Sancho and Jerome. So they're getting ready. They're in blue.
Yeah, remember a moment going back quite a way with Eric and Sancho driving the ski, and there was that big double up that we've been watching. Somehow they punched that, but there's that one iconic image of those two with the jet ski in the air. I mean, Jerome's got a lot of experience, but Sancho, yeah, he's seen some water go down out
Yeah, and that was, I mean, Eric, arguably, and I don't think arguably, he is the best driver in the world. I mean, he's someone who qualified for the CT, the first European, so he really has this wave knowledge that is absolutely key. And then he just has so many hours, so many sessions on the jet ski. So he has this symbiotic, Ian Consenz and Michelle, but he has a symbiotic connection with the ski and just his balance and the way his wave judgment, and I think that's the thing that, especially for people at home who aren't used to watching surfing in general, the wave selection is such a key element, to be at that right place at the right time. But with the 300 horsepower jet ski, you can easily overpower it. You can outpace the wave or just not be in that critical zone. And so to have that knowledge and use of, the throttle and know the cable, it's still, I mean, some guys like slightly shorter cables, but it's still like 10-meter long. So you still have a delay between where the ski is and where the surfer is. And so there's a lot of detail into actually projecting yourself into that key spot, and how you use the jet ski cable to get a little extra push, a little extra speed, or if you're coming from behind. I mean, there's so many variations, and to have someone like Eric that just puts you like absolutely in that unique place, and he waits. Gosh, my biggest wave in my life was I'll be thank black belt Eric to waiting and helping me stay calm through it, and just wait.
Love that. Let's check out the honor roll. Some of our former champions here. We just talked about one of them, Lucas Shumbo Chianca. It's been absolutely incredible, and he's pretty much won it all out here down the years. As we look back, teaming up with Kai Lenny, of course, Justine Dupont representing, and then winning it with Nick Von Rupp.
Yeah, that was a great year.
Brazil, pretty dominant, huh?
Yeah, been incredible, hasn't it, really? Until earlier this year, when it was all about the Europeans, Von Rupp and Rosero for the best team, Clément and Justine with the tricolor of France. We're getting ready to go here, and after having to delay the start for Viz, we're good to go. We're on 40 minutes on the clock. A reminder again, in pink, Chianca Scooby, blue, Sanchez Saun, and in yellow, De Bouillon, Cosenza. That's the trio. What are we expecting in terms of the start here? Who's going to get first wave? I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised if we pick out our Brazilian pair to be keen to go early.
Yeah, this is what we were talking. Okay, someone's up and going. So this is one of the things, like, if you commit to a wave, you might lose priorities. So the priorities are actually, it's like in any, surf contest, but the way you manage a priority is something to be said, and to not get, if you go for the smaller ones, or, exactly how do you, but when you show commitment, there is a little moment that if you're that moment, it looks like if you're paddling for a wave. And so when the rider gets up, that's like a semi-commitment, but I think you still have to go in the direction of the wave to like lose priority. But it's difficult to keep those jitters and just like make the right decision, wait for that that wave that you feel more confident about. And But this is what it's all about. Like, just stay active. Lucas is renowned for that. He's just non-stop moving and going further in and then going further out. So he doesn't really mind if he doesn't have priority. He'll adapt. If you need to wait for a set, you wait for a set. You come in because the driving is just so risky on the inside. And so that's just testament to his talent and just, you know, the confidence that he has on those insiders.
Just coming back on your wave at Joe Puizzi, you were telling us this morning, so you were on the rope, Lucas driving, and you were like, just want to feel out the boards, and he was like, no, put you in a wave straight away. Turned out to be a good one. Hello.
That's how big it is.
Straight into it here. Wow. A down hard on a huge wave.
Oh my God.
That was really big. That was Shumbo, was it?
I don't know if that was Scooby first. It was one of them from that. Oh my, wow.
That's one way to wake up.
Scooby with thinking, oof. Wow. Absolute huge left. It got heavy and fast. The speed he was traveling.
Oh, wow. This is, oh gosh, there he is. Okay, he's up.
You can just see so much water moving.
Much water. Oh, that's Finky doing.
So
wow, look at that.
Designated rescue. This is Lucas Fink, an absolute legend out here, in there for the rescue.
Wow.
There's the pickup.
That's Sebastian. I'm pretty sure that's Sebastian Steidner there. He did that pickup.
It's Seb, yeah, that's right. It's Lucas on the other ski.
Was that Scooby? Okay, here we go. Wow, that's a one beast of a wave. It's that white water. Oof.
Ooh. Oh my, that was just a violent
that was the
wipeout.
apex. I mean, he did everything right. He went so deep.
There's not much he could have done to avoid that, to be honest. I mean, the water gets so turbulent once that whitewash from the previous waves is on the face, and when you hit that, it's very, very easy to lose control.
That was Lucas. Oh, wow, Seb got him. Oh, my God.
Yeah, so you're going fast. I mean, we talked about some of the speeds that have been measured out here. It's insane how quick you're going, and you go from that smoother water into the aerated, the white water, and it's a bit like, I guess, going flat out on skis or on a slope and then going from
mogul,
or from off-piste onto the piste or vice versa, and all of a sudden, control's hard to maintain.
Massive change in speed and just the whole, and I mean, it was just a lot of whitewater. I mean, the line he took, it was, he really pushed it way back. I mean, he did everything as you're supposed to. He went right into the apex, but just that whitewater just got right in his trail.
We thought he might get the first wave, and he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You called it.
All right, so.
What a start.
Yes.
Gosh, that's the Nazaré Challenge right there. I mean, the best athlete, you know, arguably one of the biggest champions here, and he's just like hugging his water safety because he made it, you know, and that's, you know, it's really such a balance between how violent and beautiful the waves are, but also, again, that's why the preparation, I mean, we cannot emphasize it, you know, and everyone here is at the top of their game. I mean, they've been wanting this so much, and you really have to want it, because if you don't, it's going to catch up on you really quick, you know, the element of the pressure, just these hold downs, I mean, everything. So you really want to love every single moment of what you do, and then you can embrace the pressure. But gosh, what a test to Lucas's absolute, you know, preparation again. Gosh.
Let's get another look at this wave.
Apex, gosh. But it was the white water from some previous wave. And it's like he...
He did a wheelie.
Gosh. It's like he was, you know...
I mean, just look at the size of this wave. Are you kidding?
And I think he was eyeing that white water, and maybe it was like, he went for the jump.
Tried to like hop on.
He did, because he has that down. I mean, he's gosh, but it was like,
yeah, there's really, there's so little you could have done to avoid the fins disengaging and the rail popping out, especially when there's that much turbulence on the face of the wave. And I've experienced that myself. It's not fun.
The other thing that revealed to us as well is I'm not sure if we've seen many waves like that. We're kind of looking at this lineup. You see everyone buzzing around. It's pretty chaotic. You're like, where is this lineup? But just to see that left on that first peak, pretty much onto the apex, that's one of the first ones we've seen like that, certainly for a little while. There is definitely plenty of size and power out there. The speed of that ride is just mind-blowing, really.
Converging, yeah.
Let's see how we go. Still plenty of time in this heat. Just about 7 minutes, just under, gone so far. And other teams just feeling things out. Sancho and Sayun, Bouillon and Cosenza waiting to get involved. Pick up Team Blue. This is Ben Sanchez and Jaume Sayun. Jerome, an absolute legend down there in Morocco. He's got all sorts of setups going on and equipment and pretty much stuff people have never even really heard of, with jet skis going in trucks and getting sent around, and he's absolutely all over. I mean, is there anyone more committed to chasing Atlantic swells than him?
Barrels? No, he's right up there. He's right up there. And again, I mean, I always remember, because he has a great connection to Dylan, to Dylan Longbottom. Again, Lucas Chumbo, one of his team riders, and again, this new approach. Obviously, SPO was part of the original group, with Garrett's boards and making them in a local shaper here. It was just slight tweaks in the shape, reductions in the weights, and just all these adaptations to make the waves do these hops and do these jumps, and at the same time, but some waves they just don't allow you. So it looks like they changed, right? So I think that's it, Lucas. That's the beauty. He can get a breather, gosh, just recompose.
Yeah, did we see that last time as well? I think last year they were switching after each wave. So this is something that they'll work out in advance, how exactly it's going to go down. Here we go.
This looks like Jan and Michelle. There goes Michelle. Wow, beautiful.
Fading into a big left ball. Critical position from Michelle Bouillon as she'll just speed out and onto the shoulder, a complete ride. How good does this feel, Izzy?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of like kick the dust off and get your feet in the straps and finally get that wave, gotta feel good.
Jaume Sayun, Team
That looks
Blue.
like him. Yeah, exactly. Nice safe kick out.
So, everyone getting involved now as we'll look out the back. Pick up Scooby. He'll make his way.
Kind of seems like very similar rides from those three surfers. Not the longest, not a whole lot of opportunity for maneuvers, but again, they're just building that house and getting some waves under their belt.
And Michelle's she looked deep, didn't she?
Yeah.
She came right from behind. This is part of Fubica. He's a Brazilian guy, part of Eric Ribier's team too.
Oh, Michelle looks so stoked.
Look at the adrenaline.
Wow. Look at wow.
It's
That is just
peak one. Oh, she went and oh, I love that. She let go kind of early so that she can maximize the...
Wow.
Oof. Good job, Michelle. Amazing.
To handle that speed and just that whitewash kind of hitting your back foot is really impressive.
Yeah.
Major commitment from her as you picked up.
So this moment, when you let go, it's really good. You really see experience. You kind of let go. You can let go a bit earlier, right? So you start feeling the wave that much earlier. So you don't want to follow the jet ski. You want to commit at the right time. Let go of the rope at that more critical time. She did it perfectly. It was great.
So right after her, this was Jaume Sayun, whipped in by Sancho, putting him on this left.
Yeah, it looks like a 1-on-2, but they get really tall and peaky there.
So what do we think of this line?
Yeah, I mean, definitely whipped in at, I think, the perfect spot. The wave didn't offer a ton of room for maneuvers, but I think it was very well executed.
As I'm watching this reminds me of the first world record, and we were kind of talking about how there's a difference, but I think this is what was so amazing about this year's call. It was really pushing the limits in terms of the size, and so it's really, I mean, it's a testament, and just seeing how everyone's still feeling things out, it's just a testament to how big it is and just how intense it is.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point you make there, John. Something we were talking about earlier. People see the Nazaré contest called on and they think, oh, you know, are we going to see the biggest wave ever ridden? We're not really necessarily here trying to find the biggest wave ever, because those days, they might not be great for a day of competition, right? We want, you know, half a day, a full day of opportunity for everybody. We're not really just looking for that one moment, which may be how those world records come. But so some of the, you know, the last couple of years we've had kind of medium-sized Nazaré really by its own standards, but this year, definitely things looking bigger, and it is one of those real headline kind of days where really just seeing the waves come through on the sets, and they almost look, when you see a surfer on them, kind of double what you're expecting when you're watching empty waves.
Yeah, it's just, it just shows the magnitude, right, of the swell. I mean, the swell event, and gosh, yeah, it's intense, and you can really see, like, but I was watching some of the footage, you know, and it just kind of brought me back into those first years, and that just shows the evolution of big wave surfing in this location, obviously globally, but I think here, like how in Nazaré, it's just you know, to do a contest which obviously have more waves, you're expecting, you know, like you were saying, Paul, right, just more opportunities throughout the day. And this looks like already, you know, the 20+ meter mark. So that first wave of Lucas was an absolute bomb. Okay, this looks like...
We're on again here. This is Shumbo again, isn't it? So they have switched back, and he'll just toy with this one. A bit of a softer, smaller one compared to his first wave, his entry. He's just playing, have a bit of fun. He'll feel it out, and he'll kick out. So that quick rotation, that's been a hallmark of their team that they've shown us last couple of seasons. I just want to pick up also on that ride of Michelle, because I think in past events, she's got a lot of waves and maybe been a little on the shoulder, and to the point you guys were making about letting go early, the commitment from her on that wave, that's a real improvement, and she is on the come up here. She looks really good.
Yeah, 100%. I've been following Michelle's career here at Nazaré for a while, and just to see her push the limits every year and put herself in you know, those more consequential spaces where you're going to get the ride of your life, but it's also very sketchy. It's so cool just to see her push the limits.
Yeah. No, and she really, yeah, on that one it was beautiful because all the white water, and she just made it around the corner. That's something.
So we'll just finish up on that replay of Shumbo.
So you can notice Shumbo having to change gears, go a little softer, just get his feet back in, and just kind of just to even get back on the rope.
Portugal has a very proud and famous seafaring position. Portuguese men in boats. We've got one of them. His name is Chico by Chico Alves. It's time to say bom dia. Good morning, Chico. Out on a boat. Do you copy, mate?
Good morning, mate. I'm a bit scared, actually. I never saw Nazaré this big. It's actually impressive. I just saw Lucas going on a mountain. Waves look really, really big from here. The boat is really bouncy, but I'm feeling good. I see that there's a lot of people on the cliff already. And yeah, I just could feel the tension on the harbor. Everyone was fully focused and really prepared for this moment. So yeah, now it's time to enjoy myself out here.
Absolutely love it. Thanks,
classic.
Chico. Out there with really just literally feeling the energy, every movement of that boat.
I love it. It's a fishing boat. The boys are maybe putting out a net just in case, you know, it's in it. That's so cool. That, yeah, you know, these fishing boats are being used also, so it's this way. I mean, the community just absolutely embraces, you know, the waves. Obviously, this is the high point of the season, and so it's just something really, really special for Nazaré. And like you said, it is a proud community. They know they have this massive waves, and it was a big change from fear of the ocean to now this celebration of the ocean, and that's actually a really big jump from a mindset, because no one, I remember hearing some stories, no one would come to this beach, North Beach, because it was the devil's beach. It was the beach that would just take your life instantly, and people come here, you know, I mean, I don't recommend it for a swim unless, you know, you're like massive waves, and it was a big change from fear of the ocean to now this celebration of the ocean, and that's actually a really big jump from a mindset, because no one, surfing kind of brought that overcoming fear, right? Lizzie, tell us some of your tips overcoming fears. What are some of the tricks that you do, or not tricks, but how do you feel about that? You know, dealing with it, right? How do you overcome those fears that are inevitable?
Yeah, I mean, with big wave surfing, I really feel like if anybody says that they don't have fear, then they're lying. It's just about how you manage it, and I think big wave surfing is 100% mental, and obviously there's extensive training that goes into it, but I think managing the fear is just having the confidence to push yourself and to know that you've been training and you have the experience and you trust your equipment and your team that's surrounding you. I think that's just like a huge way of how I deal with my fears, having confidence in that.
And that surrounded. Speaking of team, right? God.
Yeah, love that.
The spotters and
yeah.
everyone.
Well, as we picked up the vision there from the top of the fort, we have just had word down from competitions actually. So peak 1 is actually off limits. So competition is only open on the 2nd and 3rd peak. So that was a safety issue, and they've made a call to say, guys, let's not surf the first peak. So we just moved slightly down, so just to the right of your shot. And that is all based on decision making from that incredible vantage point up there, with that communication with the teams out in the water to a move down from peak 1. Let's see how, at the moment, Jerome Sayoun of Morocco makes use of peak number 2 as he's whipped in by Ben Sanchez. And here he goes, Sayoun waiting patiently.
Yeah, kick out. Yeah, I think, I mean, it really must have, I mean, it was such an intense ride, and I think especially from being Lucas, you know, and so it's a very good call to, you know, see how things evolve. Oh, wow, what a carve, right? There we go.
Absolutely blistering speed from Shumbo. Look at that section as he goes over the falls. Horrific looking.
This poor guy.
Oh man,
wow.
Lucas is just like charging, but the ocean is just like really testing his metal, that's for sure.
The speed that he's achieving on these waves as we'll watch.
This is a crazy rescue.
Oh, just too hot there. Scooby trying to get his mate and realizing it'll just have to go around as that whitewater bears down on this pair.
It's incredible to see how quickly they're able to get to their rider once they've gone down.
Yeah. Oh, the jersey was ripped off.
And that just shows how violent it is out there, those wipeouts. I mean, it completely ripped the jersey off of his body.
Oh, he shut down the first peak and he's having to go on peak number 2.
Lucas is on a rampage. He's just like, that's the preparation right there.
So to be getting that kind of speed and to arrive, that just means it's positioning, right? He's been put into that wave so far behind the section, and that's why it's so critical, and that's why it looks so, I mean, to us it looks amazing, but to him, yeah.
And that oncoming section that he just didn't have time to eject. Okay. So he carves right back in, but look how aggressive his line is.
Wow.
Wow, look at that speed, and then it just shuts down on him. Wow.
Oh my God, it's about as sort of down the line you can go on a giant wave there. I mean, it really is in another realm of the lines that he's drawing out here.
Because he would normally, yeah, there just wasn't enough room to kick out.
It's almost like if he wouldn't have faded as much on that cutback, he may have made it out. But
right.
I think it's still going to be a great score.
I mean, it's a beach break. Yeah. We don't have a channel. Most big waves, the wave kind of just ends, doesn't it? You generally kind of head towards the channel, but not so at Nazaré.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes it unique, not only for the surfer to get out, but then for the pickup. He's on the sled here. He's jerseyless. I think Scooby lost his headgear as well at some point in there. There's all sorts going on. That's all part of it here at Nazaré.
Yeah, this is, it's a critical time. Yeah. For him to kind of recover. Thank God there's a little bit of space there on the inside. he can kind of get his breath back. And
going over the falls, obviously, on a wave like that is the worst position you can kind of be in. I mean, we just saw him go over, and that feeling that you have when you kind of know you're going over. Let's pick up again, live action. Here goes Michelle.
Beautiful.
Look at the speed again from her. Look at this wall. She'll just kick out and not commit to it inside as that one. The energy just dipped away.
It looked like it was shaping up to be a good one, but yeah, it seems like you really have to pick them off today.
Which ones are more on the inside, you know, which ones actually do double up, and how are they? And it's difficult because there's so many giant waves coming through. So to have that space and calm and just be able to actually pick it and go on that right one and let go of the rope on the right one, and at the same time just have that ability to go on a few, because it just feels such high consequence that you can freeze and just not go almost on any wave, you know. And so it just shows that even with there goes Jerome again.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the offshore kind of kicked him out.
Yeah, it's days like today, it seems like the relationship between the surfer and the jet ski driver is so important, and that having that communication of, are we going to go on this wave? How's it looking? What's our positioning like? And I can't speak to it as much at Nazaré, but I feel like that's just something that is so crucial for today.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't agree more. I think because just that, and that's where you see, I think, why Michelle is at such a good place. Or, you know, her connection obviously with Jan is just so good. Her confidence in him that you know, she can let go, but he's going to do everything he can to pick her up. You know, and so I think that and just trusting, you know, and having a little bit of this, you know. You just have to go for it and just try, and that's when there's such high consequences. I think that's a little bit the difficulty, is like you want to try, you want to go on a couple, but you can't go on every wave, you know. And I think this must be difficult, and I think Lucas is regrouping because it must be super intense for him, you know, going on already 2 waves and just so he has to kind of refine his rhythm, and he's already had some amazing scores. I mean, he's like that first one, even until he fell off, it was such an incredible ride. I mean, it's what Nazaré is all about, that intensity and that speed.
Just over 16 minutes to go of our opening 40-minute here at the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Seen some drama. Some great surfing go down already. Couple of really heavy wipeouts, some beatings been served to Shumbo. They'll be used to that out here, but he is human. You can see even him just feeling it. They made that switch. It will be now Scooby on the rope, but points locked in. We doubled his high score initially. Got an 8 for his first wave. That became a 16.
Right, an 8. That just shows how intense, how amazing that ride was. Even until like that massive white water and being buckled off that way. But wow, what a ride. But this was the call, this was the risk. I mean, the teams have been working overnight, right? I mean, it's just crazy. Some of the crew members were just explaining like how much difficulty there was to just set up everything, and with such a macking swell. So I mean, this is what it's all about. It's just this really radical intensity, but people have come from all over the world. It's been beamed, you know, to every corner of the planet, and people are converging here in Portugal. So. But it really is, I mean, a testament to the surfers and how much risk is at stake here, and it's something. I mean, to see Lucas, who we love, that was like you know, a really worrying moment, because it took forever for. Ooh, wow! Here we go. This is that wave from behind.
Wow, Scooby here, streaking across an absolute bomb, so close to the landing limb. And that will just detonate, water going everywhere with so much violence and unearthly beauty, really. It's scary, it's alluring, it's compelling. You can't take your eyes off it. He's a showman, he's an entertainer. Right now, he's down there, feeling that energy.
Wow, he just popped up before the second one. And this is it. I mean, this is what they're built for. You know, they're going to converge to one. I mean, no matter what the safety says.
Yeah.
This is just, you know, what they're built for, and that just goes to say. I mean, but yeah, you have to somehow be able to enjoy this moment, and let go of everything, and just embrace this risk. This looks like Sancho, stylish. Wow, there he goes down the face.
First right of the morning.
So Sancho into it here as he gets on the rope. Let's go, and gets a wave. A right-hander for him, towed in by his mate Jerome Sayun. Sancho, an absolute legend, really, of big waves and barrels, free surfing throughout the world. And Nazaré's put some time in. He's ridden some of the absolute biggest waves ever. Wow.
Seems like Scooby and Chumbo are having a go today.
They really are. They are. They came in all out. There goes Michelle again. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Yeah, carve it back, Michelle. There you go. It's just difficult to just understand how fast she's going there.
Yeah, her ability to just absorb the bumps and the energy of that wave is really, really impressive.
It's impressive, yeah.
So we saw Scooby getting the pick up there, fully inflated. We've already seen Shumba fully inflated. How many goes are you going to get in a 40-minute heat? How many cartridges are we running?
I think
we got enough.
I don't know. I always remember sometimes they kind of all go at the same time. It's really difficult. You can't like micromanage which ones you. Oh, I'm going to put 3 now, or I'm going to put 2. No, it's like it seems like it all goes kind of at once, and so I don't know. I wouldn't deflate too much if I was Scooby. I would leave it kind of as it is. Because you might have used it all.
When you're fully inflated?
Fully, not fully, but just keep a little bit of inflation.
Okay.
I would definitely prefer a little more, not as much mobility, but you're just coming to the surface that much quicker. Oh, this is Sanchez. Oh, wow.
That was a
cool
really,
carve.
really nice fade. Super on rail.
Right, just that really nice big rail game into the peak. Yeah, that one, that's Sancho making it look easy, isn't it?
I think today it's going to be super important to put yourself in that critical section of the wave and stay with the power source to maximize that scoring potential.
Wow, this was Scooby.
Wow.
I mean, the guys are like, this is like as charging as you can go. I mean, that's it. Look how deep he was on the peak. I can imagine Lucas telling him, hey, man, if I went deep, you got to go too.
If I go, we all go.
We all go, right.
I mean, that angle just shows the bend. And the graphic that we showed about the mechanics at Nazaré really illustrated by that ride, because over his right shoulder, there's a side wedge conversion kind of chasing him down. He's got a massive wedge in front of him. I mean, it's just nothing really quite like this, is there? It's such a unique place to try and surf and figure out.
Yeah, and that's it, because it's such a wedge. It's really difficult to know if you've reached the bottom, how far deep you can go, because the wedge itself kind of like shortens the ride. But at the same time, you know that you have to go to that limit so that, you know, you really kind of ride it to its potential. So that convergence is where all of the canyon, you know, the refraction, and the Portuguese Navy has, it's a really cool thing of this crossover between surfing and, you know, I guess the state and you know, these entities that do the you know, a bit like in the US, NOAA, right? So NOAA actually did a really big partnership, and they put a buoy way out at sea, and they've studied all the convergence and how the waves refract, and how, you know, even from 1, 2, and 3, where the effect of the canyon is still very much felt. 3 on 3, it becomes more of, let's say, a normal wave. Oh, wow, that's, yeah, that looks like Lucas's board. Yeah, that Dylan. Oh, it's in one piece. It looks like the nose.
From that first
Michelle's,
wave?
right? So an SPO, yeah, and a Dylan right there. So they might, in between heats, still go and have time to recover, and hopefully some of the crew will take it back to them in the harbor.
Bit of solar res on that nose.
Yeah.
Back out there.
Catch it up.
Don't put wax in your dings, kids. So under 9 minutes here, as we'll pick things up. And look at a bit of sunny skies above. That fog has gone away. Visibility is good. We're picking up great vision. Some incredible surfing going down. No major shock to see. Team Pink, our Brazilian pair at the moment, Shumbo and Scooby. They're in the lead. A lot of energy from them. They're super busy, just switching over after each wave. A lot of physical commitment as they've both been absolutely lit up. Yeah, back in the lineup and ready to go again. We've seen good, committed surfing from Michel Bouillon as well. Sancho being smooth on a rail, audacious, roundy back into it on a right. Our first right of this morning. Let's get out to Chico by Chico Alves again. He's out in the boat. Chico, come in.
Yeah, there's a lot of sorts of things happening. I believe Lucas Chumbo just changed his board. His caddy just came to the boat and changed his board. I've got Nick's board with me, past champion last year, did an amazing job here in Nazaré. And he was a bit indecisive on which board to take out. I believe he was wondering how many kilos he needs on his board. So for anyone watching for the first time, this board, it's really, really heavy, so they can hold their line on a big wave. So yeah, he was wondering how many kilos he needs on the board, and he changed a few times, so it was quite interesting to see him being so indecisive on which board to take out there.
Sancho. Natural flow.
So Ben Sanchez just finishing a right down on the inside. Sancho involved now with a couple of waves. Tons of experience out here at Nazaré.
Let's see that slingshot. That looked like there was a bit of it. Michel was maybe going on the left, and he came from way behind, didn't it? It looked like, oh, here. Wow, look at that. Right under the peak. Carved back.
Yeah,
that's the dreamy, yeah.
They identified that. They were absolutely gunning towards that wave to try and get there and whip Sancho in. Not a lot of wall to that particular wave, but just showing a bit of intent. If there was another section there, he had the speed and the committed line for it.
And so that's what Michelle, you could see she was probably maybe 10 feet, a little bit deeper than what Sancho was on this one. And so that just shows, you know, maybe a little bit more experience. He's been surfing here, so maybe just those little details of letting go a little bit earlier so that she can stay a little bit more deep. And so it's going to be interesting. I mean, an amazing ride from Sancho, but it did seem like he wanted to make it.
So on the sled in the lineup, these two will have a little debrief on what exactly went down, what they're going to look for in their next wave. It's still Jerome Sayun driving. Ben Sanchez, he's on the rope. He's surfing. A little under 6 minutes to go. A slight change in conditions. How's this going to affect things? So that wind just kicking around from that east offshore to slightly more north in it. What's that going to do here, Joel?
You know, the north wind here at Nazaré is not such a factor. So because just the characteristics of the coastline, it actually has a little bit of kink of kind of cross off. So obviously strong winds make it much harder for the driving and for that entry point into the wave. But then if you're able to choose that right one, it'll be a smooth, it'll be a smooth face. Michelle dealt really well with that safety ski in front of her. This is another beautiful backup ride of hers.
Yeah, what an image that is from above as we'll watch Michelle. And just you mentioned going over the track from the ski, and that's when you're going that fast, Izzy. That's not something you really want to see. Obviously, the ski's got no choice to try and get out of the way. You try and avoid that situation. It's going to happen, particularly at Nazaré, where it is kind of multiple peaks, but not easy to deal with.
Exactly, yeah. At a place like Nazaré, it's inevitable. You know, there's going to be lump and bump on the face of the wave, and Michelle handled that like a total vet.
So now we have a bit of an angle of the right-hander.
Ooh. Wow.
Wow, beautiful. Big bottom turn. Kicked out.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Nazaré today, right? There's so many peaks where you can chase it down and really look for that wave that you want. And even though predominantly you see a lot of lefts ridden, we've seen quite a few rights from Team Blue, and it's been really cool.
Yeah, lots of lefts and rights, and the peak just building up here. You can see the driver going a little bit deeper and then bank. That's when he slingshots her in. Yeah, that was a really critical moment. She dealt it, yeah, like you said, absolutely experienced. Was able to handle that, no problem.
Loads of action here this morning. Multiple split peaks. It's yellow involved. We'll pick up our leaders in pink. We've got Shumbo back on the rope. They've made the switch. They have been switching wave for wave. They've been really, really busy.
Oh, there goes Michelle.
What have we got here? Giant looking section. Michelle getting that one straight away again and just showing her commitment.
And it just shows this issue that the priority, obviously, it's something that you have to know how to manage so that you don't get too stuck on it and just holding it and still stay active. But, you know, in tune with what the sets are doing and how, you know, how the ocean is also moving. But she just, perfect example. She caught one, and sometimes they're back to back. I remember that really famous right-hander of Kai Lenny that became an iconic wave, and his description was that he was coming back out after a ride, and he just saw it and he kind of whipped into it. So sometimes opportunities come up when you least expect.
Looks like blue and pink splitting the peak here.
Oh, there was a right ridden. This really, yeah, what a massive, this is a big swell. This looks like Scooby.
Scooby getting a good connection once again on the left. Sancho on the right of that wave. As we'll see the pickup come in.
Yeah, this is a critical pickup. So this is like Lucas Finke, the world champion skimboarder, and he's just a big Nazaré, you know, aficionado. And he's done some really critical rescues, but these whitewaters that are just hunting them down, it's really, really difficult. And side wedges, it's just really, really difficult to kind of keep your wits and sharpness. What a beautiful split peak, huh? Sancho kind of kicked out. Scooby just kept riding and riding. I mean, it's so addictive, that speed, like how fast you're going. You just don't want to leave oh, and he put a cool carve into it. Nice. But you just don't want to kick out. Like, I remember a lot of the safety briefs would be, okay, you drop and you have to kick out. And so many times you just keep going and going because you don't. It's just such a fun feeling once you do catch it and you're just going that fast and you're on top of the world. It's just one of those really unique moments to just, yeah, you're fully immersed and all of the worries, everything that was building up to that moment of catching it, it's just way behind you, and you have to kind of like then listen, okay, I have to kick out or then I'm going to put the whole team at risk. And to see Lucas is now, why did you stay so long on the wave? He's probably, saying, kick out earlier. But that's what it's all about. You got to push it.
Scooby on the back of the ski with his rescue driver. It is really a three-person team today with the two surfers and the rescue driver. Inside the final 30 seconds on our opening heat has been really entertaining here this morning. See some brilliant surfing going down. Also really encouraging to see how consistent the swell is. We're getting a lot of rides, Izzy.
Yeah, it's been just completely full of action and pretty non-stop. We've seen some carnage. We've seen some really great rides, and it's only
Michelle.
gonna get better.
Oh, Michelle's gonna finish. Oh, okay. Is she gonna commit to this? That's smart, you know. I think that's really smart. You know, it's not really showing potential. No need to push it, and that's a good way of closing it. And yeah, the enrollment. So the team, the first rescue is actually someone. You know, they are enrolled. They are really part of all the safety briefs, and so they are an integral part of the team. So it's driver, surfer. But first rescue, what Lucas is doing is a really huge part, because sometimes it alleviates a bit the driver. He doesn't have to go in or worry so much because he knows that his first rescue is there. And obviously the spotter, he'll be right there on this image, right near the lighthouse. So he has an overview of everything that's happening, and helps especially with the rescuing and helping the surfers identify which are the sets or if there's a second wave behind. And obviously the decision is always the surfers, so there's a lot of responsibility. You know, you don't want to blame your spotter. So a lot of the team interactions are all about, like, you know, take responsibility. If you want to go for a wave, that's your wave. Even if the spotter said that it's going to be a good one and then it's not, you're the one letting go of the rope. And so there's a lot, in a lot of the debriefs, I do remember that, because if in a team aspect, if you start really, you know, second guessing your teammate, then it doesn't let you grow. It doesn't let you, you know, commit to the decision that you're making. I think Lucas wants his board at all costs. He's definitely going to duct tape it out. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell. Gosh, yeah, that was a super intense heat. That just shows, I mean, that this is Nazaré, you know, and I mean, these guys are at the absolute top of their game, and look at, I mean, just the exhaustion, you can really feel it.
Yeah, you can see the physical commitment that he's put in already. Will surf again, so picking up the board.
Yeah, so he picked up Michelle. He's like, I want my board. But he knows all these guys. He knows all the safety. That's one of the lifeguards. And so they're all, you know, just cheering him on and keep up that rhythm. He's got one more round, but gosh, he really pushed it. That's what, you know, that's the show. That's what you sign up for. So he knows it, and he just came Carlos. Carlos had a massive hold down just a week and a half ago. He was last year here with us, I remember, because it was my first webcast here. And, you know, and Carlos is such an ambassador. I mean, he is 58 years old. So, I mean, gosh, what an accomplished athlete. And, he takes really great care of himself, you know, nutrition, physical, everything. And even then, like, it was the way that just the whole thing happened, you know, and his wipeout and everything. It was really intense. And Lucas was right there picking him up. And, well, that's
where we are on the leaderboard. Yeah,
Full
no
commitment.
real major shock to see. Shianka and Scooby leading this one. Decent points scored from them. Just a reminder once again how the scoring works. You double the high score of the surfer for a mark out of 30. It's 2 waves. That's out of 60, essentially, just to give you an idea of what that 45 means exactly.
Yeah.
So, pretty decent stuff from our all Brazilian pair, Sanchez and Sayun. Good as well. It's just been Michelle that served. It has been Ian Cosenza that's been driving for her.
Wow, this is one of the
first
highlights.
Heat.
Wow.
Look at this to open things off with that drama and just cartwheeling as that
Into
thing
the
lands on his head.
That was
Wow.
I'm curious what, I think it's because of the team element, but this wave of Michelle, it had to be a high score.
Time to go to break here. More live action from the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge right after this.
O Oeste não é apenas destino. Não é apenas lugar para viver, trabalhar e investir. É uma escolha de bem-estar, de equilíbrio, de futuro. Mais que uma região, o Oeste é uma escolha de vida.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Mel, humaniza-te.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
This big wave season, we're making our triumphant return to Nazaré, Portugal for the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Nazaré has hosted numerous earth-shattering world record-setting rides over the years. Most recently, we've seen huge rides from brave men and women that charge these monsters. Check out this ride from February 11, 2020, when Maya Gabiera set the world record for the largest wave surfed at 73.5 feet. The next season, Sebastian Studner rode this beast of a wave on October 29, 2020. With this ride, Studner took over the world record for largest wave surfed. This wave measured in at 86 feet tall.
Welcome back to the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. We are go. The crowds are amazing. The vibes are incredible. We've kicked Paul Evans and Izzy Gomez. They did a great job. My name's Ben Mundy. I've come back in the booth. I'm not going to give a shout out to Macedo. He's a local legend. He is a man that spent probably more time in the water out here, both in the surf and out on the seaweed farm, which we will get to later on, Zhao. But I'll tell you what, that first heat, everything, this decision to go, it's a difficult one. Has it paid off?
Oh my God. It was, the excitement was just like absolutely incredible. And to see, you know, Lucas obviously and Scooby and just the team and how they kept pushing themselves through that heat, it was absolutely incredible. It's really something to watch. Nazaré, you know, all of the build up, the difficult calls, you know, so many things come for us to be here. And the fact that, you know, nature just provided, and obviously the athletes, as always, step up and really put on an incredible show just to get things started. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Shankar and Scooby, they deliver. I mean, they're like the postman, aren't they? They, you know, Shankar's won it 3 times here, standout performer, always just puts 100%. And some of those 2 waves, I think he caught. I mean, no wonder he was doing some deep breaths on the beach, just to be able to go through that and that physical pain, the mental sort of anguish as well, and come out the other side, and you could tell he was ready for another one.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just, you know, we really underlined this, and, you know, these are all athletes at the top of their game, and I mean, the preparation that comes to this day, but even at that level, just how much he was going through, and you could just see physically how much he had to put in to just come up, grab the rope again, get back out there. So, you know, obviously not to you know, let any kind of, the fear is always they are creeping in, but this is what Nazaré is all about. It's all about overcoming our fears, and I think that's what makes this place such an incredible world attraction.
Yeah, and we go on to heat number 2 straight away. No rest for the wicked, and we've got some big names. I mean, all these surfers are absolute Nazaré legends. They've committed pretty much their whole surfing lives this wave, but in Nick Von Rupp.
Exactly. That was him in pink there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Team Pink and Clement Clazero, the Frenchman. So they are the defending team's champion from last year. They've got the form on the board. They're the young guns, and they're just a unique team. We've also got Justine Dupont, who's obviously one of the greatest surfers of all time, with Eric Robert, who has probably done more time at this wave than perhaps any other, potentially, just in terms of time spent in the water here, right?
Yeah, one of the absolute black belts, and you know, just someone who is so dedicated to the wave, and just this part of putting the surfer in that absolute apex place, or, you know, depending on, you know, with Justine, you know, one of the best female surfers, and has really pushed female big wave surfing to the next level, and you know, unfortunately we don't have Maya this year with us, you know, but she pushed herself, and if you haven't had a chance to see Maya in the Wave, it really is an unbelievable movie about her career, about, you know, how Nazaré was also such a place that pushed herself beyond the boundaries, right? I mean, she was one of the few athletes in the world that had to bounce back from a severe injury and you know, a near-death experience, and to rebuild from that was a testament to just the amazing persona that Maya is, and that movie really is a wonderful portrayal of so much of what goes into what we're watching right here live.
Yeah, absolutely. And then speaking of OGs, of course we've got Andrew Cotton also, who after Garrett and McNamara was probably the first surfer on the scene.
The team, exactly, without many, right? He was part of that first team, I mean, what happened, and that was a technological element. You know, we always think about how could you even approach a place like this, you know, and now that, you know, there's this, you know, we're having here this amazing show, and then the World Surf League is here doing this contest, but the first approaches, it was just, could we even catch a wave? I mean, at this size, it was considered unrideable, and that just shows, I mean, this evolution has just been stratospheric, because it's just like incredible how in such a short period of time. And I really think, yeah, this technological element, obviously the vests, which you know, have made a huge impact for surf. Oh, this looks like someone's committing. This could be Nick putting Clem.
It looks like Team Pink. Yeah, it's like Clem.
I see that acceleration. He let go already.
He's
wonderful.
I might get you to talk us through this show. Oh, he's almost fell at the top, and I'll tell you what, that could have been absolutely disastrous. If you're going to fall, you want to fall there. It didn't really break. He hit some chop.
That was interesting, because Nick was really accelerating through to put him a little bit lower in the wave. But a lot of the elite surfers, they like to let go early. So you start feeling the wave a little bit earlier, and you don't mix the speed of the jet ski with the speed of the wave. And so it seemed like he might have let go just a tad too early, a little bit the nerves. I mean, this is a difficult day, you know, just the fact that the contest was a little bit on hold with the fog and the visibility, and it's difficult to just, you know, stay that sharp, and you just need to kind of just get everything going on that one moment. There's that second jet ski, something might have happened there, but everything seems to be back to normal.
When a mistake at this level and this size waves can, I mean, it can't wreck your heat, it can wreck your life. So in this instance, that mistake, you know, you got away with it, and you know, he fell, the next wave didn't get him, and he's all right, he's back out there. He'll have to reset and regroup.
Yeah.
Lost priority, but that's no big deal.
Exactly. No, I think it's one of the wonderful things that sometimes is discussed around, is like, how do you deal with mistakes, right?
Yeah.
It's such an important thing.
I'll tell you someone who made some mistakes that came out the other side was Lucas Shenka, and he's down there with a man who's made a few mistakes himself. Chico Alves, what have you got for us?
Yeah, boys, wild interview here. I've got Lucas, and Scooby. How was the heat out there?
It was a crazy heat. We gave it our 100%. Couple closeouts and couple wipeouts and waves in the head. But we tried. We made it.
Last year second. This year I believe you guys came with a goal, which is first. Talk to me about that.
We try to do our best, our blood. Wow, it was a crazy hit, huh? Massive hit.
We put the blood, we put the lungs, and now it's time to war. Let's go, let's get what is from us.
Scooby, fala-me da tua preparação para vir até aqui depois de uma lesão difícil. Lucas, estar com o Scooby novamente aqui deve ser bom.
Cara, eu acho que meu joelho tá melhor, mas nossa, o meu wipeout ali foi difícil, cara. Acho que eu machuquei o outro joelho, tô muito mal, assim. Eu e ele, os dois, chutando ali fora, a gente não tá aguentando mais. Mas acho que a gente veio com muita vontade, muita ansiedade. E chegou ali, a gente... Na primeira onda eu já capotei.
Foi um belo wipeout, mas deu certo. A gente tá com muita vontade de conseguir ganhar e conseguir sair com a vitória aqui. Muito feliz de ter o Scooby 100% de volta. E agora vamos que vamos, próxima bateria tem mais.
Vamos que vamos. Good luck, boys.
Valeu, obrigado.
Valeu, Brasil!
Que água?
Welcome back. Yeah, well, those two, you want to put a smile on your doll? Just listen to those two. How's their energy? You know, you can see the teamwork, you can see the friendship. Combine that with some immense talent, you get that, isn't it?
You get that.
Entertainment plus.
And they just, I mean, that's, you know, they really hear the call and they put it all on the line, and it's living life to the fullest. I think that's what it's really all about.
And we saw some action here. Justine Dupont, so she is going on her backhand. A big wave, and then she starts to fade right. She's trying to work out which way she's going to go. This wave is arcing up. She's S-turning, waiting for it to kind of break. This is a long time to go out, and she just comes around the corner, sees a bit of a wave, and then she sees it closing out and kicks out with a big aerial. So, I mean, that wave was tricky.
That was
she
a
managed
lot
it
of
pretty
control,
well.
wasn't it, man? Damn.
She's so strong, isn't she? And so makes few mistakes, rarely falls. One of the most experienced athletes out here, showing all their experience there and kicking out at the right time.
That was beautiful surfing. She really opens up her stance, and the way that she uses her arms for leverage, it's beautiful style, yeah. To manage all that speed. Wow, she's a showman herself, that's no doubt.
Back to Shianka too. If you just saw that footage of them getting interviewed just on its own, you would never have thought he'd went over the falls on a 60-footer about eight minutes before that, would you? There's no indication that he's been through
that
one of the
amount
most
of
traumatic
pain.
experiences a surfer can go through. He's just laughing it off.
Yeah. No, and I think that sometimes there's a lot of talk internally because he really, I mean, it's just living life to the fullest, and it's because, you know, you can really tell just how happy he is to have this opportunity, and I think that just transpires, but the risk and just the amount, the intensity that he went through, it's just like...
And so
oh, this looks like a backup from Clement.
So Clement up and riding on that one, gets down that one. Can he escape the Niagara Falls? He does. Incredible footage,
What
and he's
a
out and he
ride.
likes it. He's calling Nick Von Rupp to come over. Clement has a background in foiling and kite surfing, which a few other surfers do, but he timed this to perfection, Zhao.
Beautiful. Gosh, that was so deep. You know, he really disappeared in that foam. And yeah, he's happy with that, absolutely. He knows he pushed it, and that's the feeling you want to get. It's just to escape past that white water. This might be Eric again as he's seeing something. You can see the amount. I think sometimes the second heat might have a bit of an advantage. You can see the amount of activity, and you know, they kind of let the first heat get the nerves out of the way collectively. Oh, here we go. This looks like Rafael Tapia and Pierre Rollet.
So we've got, Tapia on that's Rollet on his backhand.
Yeah.
He's just hanging on for dear life. Got a nice open face, trying to get a completion under his belt early.
Yeah.
And
that was a steep one, wasn't it?
So, yeah, we've got a steep Rollet there, just getting a nice wave kosher bomb. Sorry, Tapia and Rollet. So we're just seeing them just to get that first wave on your belt, get a completion and come out the other side. Pretty important.
Really key, absolutely. And that was a good string of rides right away. So this is Rafael, so he's just kind of looking, so going deeper, he accelerates, and then that's Pierre all on his own. So he started angling, you know, towards the shoulder a little bit. And I mean, again, it's just like he wants to get that first ride, he wants to make a completion and not get too deep. Clement's wave, you could tell that it was more risk involved. He was a bit deeper. Yeah, that was his glance seeing, okay, how close am I to the white water? And this is sometimes always a difficult thing, so that you're aware of the speed, your speed versus the speed of the jet ski.
How fast are they going? What's the sort of average sort of speeds they can clock up to?
I know that Sebastian, he's all about the numbers, and he's really helped the sport collectively of big wave surfing because he really puts in that effort. I mean, he would be doing, you know, blood analysis and just seeing how much, you know, he was consuming minerals and all of that. And so his speedometer on these days, I think, was around 70. And he said that on his world record wave, he actually reached 90
kilometers per hour. Wow. Yeah,
on an ocean surface, right, water surface, that's just like...
On an 86-foot wave, yeah. There's some big numbers, some big speeds. And what sort of you know, the average guys are all wearing, you know, what's their outfit? What are they, you know, what, you go out for this heat, you got your wetsuit, what canisters, what do you got? What are they wearing? Just run me through the full package.
The full package, right? I mean, you've got a lot of gear. I mean, at this level, you definitely, you know, you take your gear very, very seriously. You take that preparation very seriously. But, you know, at the core, you know, this innovation that we were talking about, it is the inflatable vest. So the inflatable vest really changed things, and Patagonia came out with, you know, they did a lot. I think it was like almost a year and a half of research and design to come up with a vest that you use underneath your wetsuit. So that has 4 canisters. Billabong actually came out with the first version. Shane Dorian helped develop that one. And that just kind of set the standard of what is the inflation vest. And so over that, you put a wetsuit that has what's called like static inflation. So I remember Garrett back in the day, he was saying, I always prefer to float more than less, you know, so sometimes it's those simple things. What does that mean? It means that even if the inflation doesn't go well, or if you're not able, because you have to deploy it, you have to actually activate it. So if by some reason you're not able to activate it, you want to have something that already naturally will bring you to the surface, or at least faster. And so the immensity of Nazaré and just how powerful it is, even with all of this gear, you still have really long hold downs, and just the violence and the turbulence. You could see maybe even Scooby, I mean, if you tweak your knee, or, you know, all of these things, because underwater there's just so much going on. That it could very easily, you know, shoulders and knees are normally the first to kind of get more of a strain.
Yeah.
And then obviously, you know, the jet ski is part of this, you know, technological package that, you know, 10, 15 years ago, Laird Hamilton started it, right? You know, like just this dream of catching bigger waves, you know, having more chances, right? So there were some historic paddle sessions, but the thing is, like, you normally don't have a second chance. You'd have that one wave that you could potentially be able to catch, and if you didn't, you know, then that was it. You don't really have, you know, the surf would just drag you in to shore. And so the jet ski completely revolutionized just the access. And you know, for big wave exploration, you know, like that's the core equipment to travel to these outer reefs or to go out. You know, you need this extra mobility, and that's you know, boats and this whole thing that the big wave world kind of brings, I think, is a really interesting contribution to surfing, because it's not just the beach. You know, you're suddenly out in the ocean, and you're using different sorts of equipment. And so the jet ski, can see here the sled. That sled is also like a huge innovation, you know, so people who are used to riding jet skis, they don't even know what a sled is. And so that was something that the surf world brought. It's just a quicker, faster way to get on the jet ski and get out of harm's way.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what else it's brought. It's brought people to the party, because you know, this mainstream interest in this wave and this location, this special part of the world, is incredible. You can see by the crowds on there, some of the, you know, and that it's that involuntary when you're down on the crowds and a wave gets ridden, they just, like, it's a cheer of a football crowd, isn't it? And it's not involuntary. You can't really predict it. It's just, they just see something amazing and just go ooh and ahs, and it's awesome to be a part of. Speaking of those teams, we did get, I got that wrong. That was Nick actually riding those first couple of waves, and Clement driving. So Nick made that first mistake, and he's actually got a few. I think they might have swapped over now with Clement on. That team dynamic is also something that's in this event, and in tow settings a little bit different. What about Clement and Nick? What type of characters are they? We've seen Nick's he's known as the Von Frother. I know you're a bit of a frother, but, you know, is Clement a bit more his yin to his yang, or how do those two sort of get on? You know, what will they bring each to the party in terms of their dynamic?
I think, you know, like the beauty of Nick is that he really does cherish his private life. So I think, you know, his public persona of the Von Froth, it's real, it's part, but he's able to shift gears. Wow,
shifting gears to Clement Roger, that's his partner. So he's shifted gears.
Look at that speed.
He's put Clement into a really nice wave, and he surfed it with style. That's the thing about this
bomb.
This guy, he's got a real natural ease when you watch him surf. He mixes up
flow
that
and style.
You know, the past in the sort of different forms of surfing, and that was a really, really well-ridden wave. Maybe even a bit of air. He sort of got a bit of air under the fins
just
at
that
the start.
Acceleration, and it's this moment that we notice when the wave takes over. So the jet ski places you, and that's the thing. Normally, you want to let go a little bit early, so you're really matching that speed of the wave. And you could just see how he was slingshot into that apex. That was a beautiful, beautiful ride. That was incredible.
They just swapped over, so that's an interesting dynamic. Also, see, looks like Justine
and Eric
on the second
down on
peak.
2. Wow.
So she just airs her arms using leverage.
That's a massive wave.
Big wave. Classic DuPont, just picking the eyes out of this lineup.
So deep. Wow, look at her just getting to that shoulder. She's an absolute performer. Look at that beautiful line. And Eric's tracking her, so that's him just staying, listening to what the spotter's telling. She's going, so he knows that she's still up and going, and so he keeps tracking the wave so that he's as close as possible as soon as she comes out. So this rescue, if there was a wave behind, you see how fast he got to her? That's absolute, like, just amazing
That's
teamwork.
Standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
A big wave in the middle, and here he goes. Talk us through it, Joe, because that
There he goes. Dropped
incredible.
off. She let go. Eric goes flying off the side, and she just, you know, chooses that line. She really let it go to the absolute limit, and then was able to just huff it, you know, just kind of give it those extra impulses to get to the shoulder. If she didn't change her direction, she would have just been smashed by that moving whitewater. That was an incredible ride. That was beautiful.
Yellow shaped Dylan Nazato model, Dylan Longbottom from Australia, who's shaping a lot of these boards. You can see you mentioned that arm leverage. What's all that about?
Yeah.
Hey, where you put your arms, it's almost like directing you, like
It's directing, and it's a pendulum, right? So if you're able to use them in flow with what your lower body's doing, then it just gives you that extra little kind of torque and propulsion. And so she was able to like move maybe 2-3 meters to get to safety. So she went from a critical place. Here goes Clement. So smooth, so stylish, just like nothing's happening. And then he just goes into turbo mode right there. Wow. So that's him just leaving. He just let himself be in that total apex. So here he goes, way from behind. This, for what he's seeing, anyone normal would have thought, oh, I'm too deep. I messed it up. But that's exactly where we wanted to be. Yeah, you can see the joy, the relief, you know, that's what it's all about.
And also,
what a flurry of waves.
Yeah.
This is Rafael, pushing it. Yep. Pushed it a little bit deeper. Rafael's a very experienced surfer. He's spent a lot of seasons here. This looks like more of just a little warm-up wave. Just kind of feeling the board.
It's interesting those sort of, you know, not underground charges, but here, you know, guys like Rafael have just dedicated their lives to big waves and this wave in particular. You know, you don't hear a lot about them so much, but just in terms of commitment and the ability to ride waves, this is actually, and he's always in the mix, isn't he? He's always out there when it's on.
He's always out there. No, and he really loves it. I mean, he's become a toe specialist, so I think Nazaré really kind of fits where he's at. He didn't put as much time and energy into perfecting kind of his paddling. And so I think, you know, but Nazaré has really
Yeah, he got a waves pretty quick, smart after that. All that toe knowledge you were talking about. And then just got mowed down by an enormous amount of white water. But there we go. Got that little ring, little lasso they use in that instance. Yeah. And a quick pick up, and he's all good.
all good. No problem. No wave behind. Yeah. I think he might have pushed just a little too deep. It's difficult to read the wave. So when he let go, this is what's difficult. It was like he needed to accelerate right off when he let go. And so I think there's a little bit of a delay when he let go of the rope, and so that's difficult, you know, and that's the fine tuning between. Wow.
And this is Nick Von Rappen, a wave we didn't see, so this is a replay as well. And Nick, again, good timing, good.
It's an iconic angle, isn't it?
That yellow board, he always is quiet.
Carve.
And he's carving through the foam with that inside section. He loves those little lefts next to the cliff, doesn't he? He's always hunting a barrel no matter what. And yeah, Nick, as you're saying, he's a public persona versus more introspective sort of personal one, but right now he's putting on a show. He likes to put on a show, doesn't he?
He definitely does.
I mean, let's be honest.
No, yeah, there's no doubt about that. No, and Clement's quiet, but he's also an absolute showman. So, yeah, I think it's... Look how fast Eric's going out of the screen. So what does he want to do? He wants to see everything that Justine's doing straight on. So if she goes down, they might have agreed. She might even been saying, I want to push it even more. So see how he's actually coming from almost from forward. So he's anticipating where she's going to go. So that was a really interesting kind of slightly different whip in.
And live action, so it's Nick Von Rapp just looking at it. Is he going to fade back into it? If he does, it's going to be a giant wave. He's waiting for it. He looks calm and composed. He's flying down that line. That's a well-read line. Can he get away from this outstanding foam explosion? And no man can. No human can survive that and stay on your feet. But that was an incredibly large wave.
That's the commitment. That's you know, that's the whole. That's what we look for. That's exactly. He just pushed it to the limit. Beyond.
You're seeing these event favourites, the Ciancas.
Oh, he wants to get the board. Does he have time?
Is he going to get? Oh, it's so close. Oh, look, they're going to do it. So the board's gone. They don't have leg ropes, is that right, in these conditions?
There's no leg ropes.
No leg ropes.
No
if the
leg
board
ropes.
goes off, it just goes. And
it just goes, yeah.
How on earth did it end up near him, though?
That was some fortune. Oh, but Sergio, oh, he missed it. Okay. It's just too much risk.
Yeah.
To pick it up, yep. Oh, well.
They'll have backups and they'll have...
They have plenty of backups, yeah. Because of the weight of the board, so a light board is still at about 5 kilos. That's considered light.
Right.
And it's still a lot. I mean, you know, your normal shortboard, here goes Eric. Justine's on a rampage
again on
Eric.
Another big wave, so she's got some foam. That foam is no good.
But she still carves through it. That's just a testament. She's just not intimidated by anything.
Wow, so these waves are starting to get pretty big. They're starting to
order
order themselves a little bit, you think, Zhao? There's a bit of a difference from this morning, do you think? Or it's just these guys' knowledge is probably helping a little bit?
I think the second, you know, heat might have, I mean, it's not an advantage per se, but it's just like they're more in rhythm, it seems. There's just more opportunities. This looks like Eric, obviously, you know, I mean, his experience and his rhythm is just like absolutely, you know, the gold standard. You know, he's the black belt. He's, you know, put many surfers on XXL winning waves and, you know, world records. So his knowledge of the break at Nazaré and just slabs and waves all around the world. Again, he just has this perfect combination of amazing driving skills with a lot of wave knowledge. So the thing is that the jet ski does not substitute wave knowledge. So you still have to have, oh, this is Nick's absolute beast. See how deep he pushed it. So that looks like a simple fade, but the wave just gets bigger and bigger. He tried to pump, but that was beautiful. That was full commitment. Yeah, you can see the crowd just reacting.
Hands on heads, the crowd. They're like, what are you doing?
What just happened?
How? Yeah. How can you know, you do this
fade.
Stuff? Yeah, the fade. As you see, we just picked it right in the critical section and you know, hung on and survived, came out, the completion. So, yeah, the Team Pink.
Unbelievable. That was an unbelievable ride. And I thought he didn't make it.
No.
So this angle, I just like was corrected.
Really surprised. I said it's impossible. Well, it's not. He just made the impossible possible. That's what Von Rupp does.
Yeah, come on, judges. You got to appreciate that risk, the fade. And so I think he's in the zone. This is the Nick that we were really hoping would show up. And it's just something that, yeah, in past contests, he hasn't really been able to show, you know, his skills and his performance. Obviously, he won the team, so I think it's something that Nick's been part of winning teams, which is an interesting characteristic. And it's one of the most prestigious awards, and it's a really interesting format, how the team award is such a special thing in big wave surfing. So I think it's obviously something that the World Surf League had to completely reformat, right? There's no team awards, and so suddenly in big wave surfing, there's a lot of importance to the team award, and I think that's something super special, and it's a testament also to Nick's spirit that he's been in multiple winning teams. So that means how generous he also is, you know, in finding waves for his companions, right? So something we're talking about, that's one of Lucas's characteristics too. And I think at the top of the game, it's an interesting thing that you have to manage this wanting to give your buddy a wave, wanting to also see him perform, and it's a really cool balance that this format allows.
Yeah, Nick, I'll tell you what, if you want to learn a little bit about Nick Von Rupp, I'd really recommend you hit the, on the Dave Proden on the Lineup podcast, which is WSL run. Dave Proden's a bit of a legend, and he's on the Lineup podcast. He's got every single surf state you ever want to mention. But the one with Nick is really interesting.
It's really interesting.
Really deep dive. Nick is so articulate. He speaks about 19 languages. This is in English, but let's take a listen to some of the the insights we got from Nick on that on the Lineup podcast.
All these big wave surfers are going to surf Nazaré. Jimmy Mitchell, Garrett McNamara, Andrew Cotton, Tom Lowe, like flying from all over the place. And I'm part of it all of a sudden, like I'm in there, I'm on a jet ski, I see these massive waves, I'm out on the lineup, and I'm like, I've never been so scared in my life. But I don't know, you just do it, like you face your challenges, you face your fears, and you just move on for the thrill of it, for the excitement, and all of a sudden you're in Nazaré, you're surfing big waves in Nazaré, you're taking wipeouts, you're pushing the level, and at the same time Nazaré is growing, and you just start being a part of it, and it wasn't planned. It's not like that I grew up towing in where my, that's not part of my DNA. That's not part of my education. It just happened, and I was up for a ride, let's say, yeah.
There you go, yeah.
Wow.
So download the Lineup with Dave Proden, wherever you get your podcasts. Nick's episode is amazing, but there's so much gold in there for any surf fan wanting to get some insights in some of the sport's greatest characters. Here goes a character right now. So Team Blue just looking at this one. Is that Pierre? Again, just couldn't get over the hump of that one. Out the back, still got Justine. Here she goes to point with priority. She's just nailing these big left-handers. She's got a game plan. She's sticking to it, just dragging that arm that Zhao mentioned as her leverage points. She's arcing through that foam.
Look at these carves. That's a lot of commitment. That looks like just a kind of a check turn, but at that speed, it's oof.
And it's so much more difficult. Why is it more difficult on that when the foam's on the face? You see some clean waves have got a green, clean face, and some have that white. What's the difference there, and why does it make it more difficult, Zhao?
Well, the white water really creates all this turbulence. So if you're committing to a line, it's like a hump or like just something that you hit. And so you have to kind of take your foot off the accelerator and then get back on. And so that adjustment, if you can do it in a way that it actually looks, like you're not doing that, then it's a beautiful line even through those humps. And that's where, the leg power and the strength that is able to take a little bit off. Oh, here, they're committing. Yep.
Yeah, looks like we got
no.
Clement. Is he back on?
Yeah, that looks like Nick beat on the road. So they were just checking it. But yeah, surfing through those humps and at this speed, again, like sometimes it might even look like a clean face, but that takeoff might just have a little ruffle. And the thing about a ruffle at Nazaré, it's like a 2-foot wave that you could catch in a beach rake,
Yeah, and here she goes. You can see that foam there we're talking about from the wave before, so it just adds a whole heap of danger. But she's just carving through it like it's a big, massive off-piece. She's just gone, ducked the rope, taken on a 100-foot mountain.
Yeah.
And she's still actually playing with it a little bit down there, sort of just doing a few little airdrops. And she's feeling confident. She hasn't made a mistake. She's got 4 or 5 huge waves. So Dupont was the favourite for the women's performance award, you would think, and she's showing why.
Showing why, yeah. No, the confidence, I mean, again, on a whitewater, that's normally it's kind of a bit red alert, and she's just still. She saw the wall, she enjoyed it, and she went for it. Yeah, carving.
So there's Pierre Rollet, just not really. I mean, it's a big wave, still just a little bit choppy, not really breaking. He needed something, just getting through all that foam. You can see the sets so sort of coming in all the time that there's not a whole lot of clear water at the moment. But okay, but right now, speaking of some interesting tidbits, we've got down there Claudia Pinto down in the harbour. What have you got for us, Claudia?
So, how was it today? How did you, anticipating for the conditions of today, how did it come up out there in the water?
It's really scary out there. It's really big. So in a way you want to be safe, and another way you want to take wave because it's a contest, so you have to perform. Plus you have only 20 minutes per surfer to catch wave, so it's kind of tricky, but it's an insane event with really, really big and challenging condition. And it was really nice to be out there. We've been safe, we catch few waves without pushing too much, and we make it back to the harbor already, so it's okay.
Earlier on, we were seeing surfers checking their boards and trying to choose the right equipment. What was your choice for today?
My choice, I had no choice because I left my board in the Canary Island, so I take my friend's board, Jerome. And I'm lucky because I could try it yesterday, but yesterday was really, really messy and challenging. I got hit in the face with my board, so I was a bit scared this morning. So just before the contest, I catch a wave just to try it, and it was okay.
And how does one manage mentally to, when the equipment is not what you expect to have, what's your mental game inside?
It's really bad. On those conditions, you really have to be in tune with your equipment because that's the key. If you feel safe and you know the board is going to connect with your body and the wave, and it's going to be no mistake, it's okay. You feel a lot more confidence. If you have not the good equipment, it's like a 70% chance of falling, and it's wrong.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Good luck for the next one. Back to you guys.
Classic Sanch there, and another big wave. That looks like Justine Dupont again. So interesting there. Sanch was cool. He looked like he could be like a 17th century kind of French pirate, couldn't he? But one of those good ones, you know. He goes around, steals the gold and the treasure, but gives it away to the people that need it.
A
Looks after his
medieval
crew.
warrior, yeah.
Yeah, just ruling the high seas with just a charm and sophistication that I sadly lack. And awesome from Sanch, and Dupont also just showing away. Interestingly or not, you know, I was down here one of the first, I think 2011 or 12 when Justine came down with Sanch to come here and
sorry
first
to
surf
interrupt. That's actually that's a cool thing. Yeah, Eric's using some helmet wear too, so that's a Haida helmet actually. Cool.
Yeah. Well, when
the
he's
Red
out
Bull
in that,
ski, yeah, you need a helmet. I mean, recommended.
Yeah, she's helmeted and she's just so talented, so committed. But I think that was in 2012, 13. She came down, had a look at it. She wanted to surf. They didn't think she was quite ready. Next year she started paddling, getting ready. So this has been a 10-year journey or more for Justine. She lives here. She committed to this wave
she committed
completely.
With Fred and her baby were born here in Portugal. So I think, she fell in love with Nazaré, and the consistency here of the break and the community really does hug, the surfers. And so I think there's just, the day in and day out. Today, I mean, it's the apex, right? I mean, it really is that special show and only the best teams. But the day-to-day is, because it's just such a consistent break and there's so many waves. Speaking of local legends, you might have noticed in Sancho's interview that was at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And to the left-hand side, there are Lino, who runs Nazaré Waterfront, and he's just been from the very beginning in all the teams. And you can kind of see Lino's rules. It's the classic of, if you don't know what to do, ask Lino.
Right.
Rule number 2, read rule number 1.
Yeah, always. All roads lead back to Lino and Nazaré, don't they? Really effectively.
Absolutely.
If you pull a thread, eventually Lino's got the end of the string, hasn't he?
Absolutely. So many of the jet skis, so many of the teams. I mean, if you do want to push your limits and come, I mean, that's where you at least start to be introduced. And everyone these days, you can't just rock up. And there was this misconception that you could just go and rent a jet ski and just kind of rock up. It's definitely not like that. And even people who are running a business of renting jet skis, that's not how it goes.
No.
And you need to kind of understand a team. You need to paddle. You need to kind of just like you're explaining, kind of Justine kind of came, and she was already at the top of her game, longboarding champion and very famous athlete, through the French ranks, and that's just that progressive way, and going through these experiences of sometimes losing skis and all of the above kind of thing in the sense. But normally it is an initiation to paddle into big waves, even at a place like Nazaré, and that obviously brings tremendous amount of respect for your peers. So it just shows that commitment to big waves, and paddling is one of those big testaments that has to continue to be part and celebrated, and you still see that not only among peers, but also you know, the fact that the Piahi contest is a paddle contest.
Yeah.
Obviously the Eddy, you know, the most iconic contest that you can imagine from started big wave contests, right? And so I think again it's this marriage between towing and paddling that is so important to broaden big wave surfers' horizons and experiences.
Okay,
oh,
and a
here we
wave
go,
out
deep.
the back. That is a deep wave.
Oh wow!
It's
Wave
bumpy.
from behind. That's Nick.
That's Von
What an
Rupp, is it?
And he's
hard to see. If you can tell the speed, you can see that he's going to make that section with ease. Just gets blasted, comes out with
Flying.
no small amount of style. So
Wow.
the event favourites, or one of the teams that we thought would be right up there, just showing their quality and their experience.
Really, really great ride. From way behind, we were talking about this placing, right, of just coming from behind. That was textbook. That was incredible.
But interesting with Nick too, though, his sort of dedication to Nazaré. It came relatively late in his career, didn't he? He was known, he was a great surfer, full stop, in terms of being a competitor and really good small wave surfer. Stepped up to the slab. So then, you know, what sort of tipped him into sort of focusing on this spot particularly? Because he was a little bit reticent, I would say, maybe early on in his career.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something, and you'll notice like the ages of a lot of the surfers, that it is something that you need to kind of build up to, and experience goes a long way along these lines of the wave selection. So if you just go, you know, you're going to get really severely injured. You know, you're going to just meet this natural roadblock of the ocean just being so overwhelming. And so managing that and charging, but at the same time knowing when to wait, is something that I think, you know, you kind of build up to. And I think his connection to Nazaré, like even in the Dave Proden podcast, you could see him paddling a couple of waves. And again, paddling is just a way of just keeping it more leveled. And so a lot of the younger surfers, when they ask, yeah, I want to catch really big waves, I mean, you always recommend, I feel you should always do that, is recommend paddling, going to so many breaks that when it's 12 foot, I mean, a 12-foot wave is a massive wave. I mean, you cannot forget, I mean, all of the surfers in the room will know what I'm talking about. And 15 foot, he's so happy.
Yeah, he's going to happy. Let's have a look at the recap. He's throwing some shackers. So we'll go through what we've seen so far. It's been a pretty amazing heat. The Team Pink, Rosero and Von Rupp. This is Clement up early on another big wave. Good positioning again. That's been a key of all the waves they've caught. Really, really critical.
Really critical behind the peak and just like right in the apex of the explosion.
And we'll see another one here. Again, from this is the one that sort of took a while to stand up.
Look how deep he faded. This ride was absolutely incredible.
And the judges will have to maybe define between these really steep, critical ones, which up against Justine's wave, which we'll probably see now, that were bigger, a bit wider, so not quite as critical, but maybe a lot more amplitude.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. It's making the judges' job difficult. Obviously, one is the most coveted kind of section and the hardest one to ride. But just this wave of Justine was beautiful. She came from so deep. I love these rides, you know, it's just open faces and she's kind of faded in, then goes around the corner and just kind of still does one little check turn before she goes out. But how deep she came, and she had to kind of huck around the section. So that was a beautiful ride.
Yeah, so the Team Pink, Team Yellow in this particular heat, stamping their authority. And we've seen
some high scores.
Tapia and Rollet just getting some waves, not one of those big outside peaks that they would have fancied at the start of the heat. Still got 2.5 minutes. We'll roll on. All these surfers will get another crack at it, each surfing 2 heats over the course of today. And then we get the best 2 waves for the individual heat of performance winners, and we also add up the top teams ones as well. So they will get another chance. They'll get their way to fill out. How much that second surf, how much, you know, in terms of fatigue and physical issue, will that be an issue? I know it's 40-minute heats aren't long, but they're pretty intense, right?
They're really intense,
Shankus is pretty intense,
gosh.
I would call.
I mean, he's hopefully in the hot tub or something to recover as quick as he possibly can, because it's like... yeah, the cold, I mean, you got to really manage the energy. I mean, obviously the adrenaline, you can't, you know, substitute adrenaline for just, you know, staying calm and physically recovering. And so it's finding that balance that you're able to understand that excitement is what's pushing you, but that then when the time comes to make the good decisions and go on those right waves and yeah, you know, fade but not fade too much, you know, all of that is happening in split seconds, and it's just something that yeah, I'm for sure he's wanting to recover, and he's probably looking at these scores really closely and knowing that it's very critical that he has a big solid second round heat also. So he's definitely, yeah, gonna come out all firing, but at the same time, you know, again, finding that gentle balance between going all out and making the waves and making those right decisions.
Yeah, and there's a lot to unpack and a lot to look forward to. Got a minute on the clock. Looks like obviously they made the decision with Eric and Justine for Justine to just ride all the waves. Michelle de Bouillons did that in the last heat as well. Just deciding that, you know, this is your turn, to stick to it, maybe one on for the whole heat, and they might swap it over at the next, or they might decide to give the female competitors all the time. It's their decision how they want to play it as a team.
I was seeing you know, Laura Crane's podcast on the David Brodden show, and she was mentioning a really interesting thing that is a key element of Nazaré, is that both Justine and Michelle drive really well. So this is more of a strategic kind of decision of the team, but they would only get to where they are because they've committed a lot of time to driving. They know and they want to put their teammates on good waves too, and they learned to enjoy that. And so again, it's this team element that is really special in this format, that you know, the surfers have to know how to drive, rescue, do all of that.
Last wave for Nick Von Rapp. So this is
a bit of a victory lap, isn't it, for this round?
Yeah, he's just feeling it. You can see that board S turning. He's looking confident. Does start to double up and get bigger. There's a classic sort of.
He's going for a
little barrel stance almost.
Wow.
You could tell when he saw it right in the pocket.
He's feeling it. He's really feeling it. This is going to be a great comp, because it's great to see Nick and Clement, you know, defending their title. Obviously, you could tell how Scooby and Lucas came out like so strong and putting it all on the line. So this is going to be, you know, it's going to really, you know, the second round is going to be really decisive. All of the big calls are going to come.
Yeah, at the moment they're both, you know, topping around the 44, 45 point mark. Just really strong starts, really neck and neck. So it's going to be really interesting at this stage. Those two probably favourite teams, the two favourite teams.
But we've got some dark horses from Australia, don't we, Monday? We've got an amazing unit coming from kite surfing, is coming up in the next round with Cotty.
Yeah, James Carew is going to come in. He's coming in for Ben Largs, who unfortunately hurt himself on Island. So he brings some new flavour, new sort of style to it. And he's put in the time here before, so he's ready.
Yep, and Tony Laureano with Laura Crane, a great team up too. And Tony's one of the youngest competitors, I think, actually, because Ben is out. He is the youngest, but he's been around for so long. It's been such a cool development. He was actually also one of the, you know, Praia Grande top youngsters, and to just see him here on the stage, close connection with his father. He's an amazing jet ski driver, and just the amount of time and that he's put in here. And now that, you know, he's teaming up with Laura, and again, Laura really wants to put him on a big wave, wants him to shine, and you know, so that's going to be really good. Look how the boys are just ecstatic.
Boys are
buzzing. It. Yeah, buzzing. Clem is stoked, Nick is stoked. Oh, there you go. That's what it's all about. Mr. Sergio. It's the relief. I mean, this is it. It's just that joy.
Yeah, that shows.
Way to go, Nick. He's feeling it. That's so cool.
Yeah, really
yeah, he
scenes.
deserves this. Yeah.
So the boys happy with their performance as well. They should be. They know they've got another heat to come. See the crowds are massing on this beautiful part of Portugal. This now iconic wave, an iconic spot. Everyone knows where this wave is. They can, as soon as they see that fort, they know they can pinpoint it exactly. So many crew have come in, flown from all over the world, I might add, to come and watch these waves, all for free. It's one of the most electrifying and really, you know, as a sporting spectacle, it's pretty hard to, you know, look, don't get me wrong, football's good and tennis is fine.
Yeah.
But when you got the raw nature, you know, of this place and what you know, the ocean can do, all come together, it's pretty special. And that's why we've got so many people come to sort of get a taste and feel for it.
It's like a pilgrimage, isn't it, Monday? Like we were seeing at, like, gosh, what was it, 6 in the morning, 6:30? It was just people just flocking from everywhere and just talking in so many different languages, and it's really interesting how, you know, Portugal's tourism board has really, you know, embraced it also, surfing in general, but definitely the Nazaré phenomena. And like, I mean, just image just speaks
yeah,
for itself.
Yeah, they're having a good time. Yeah, all taking it in from, you know, I've seen tiny tots up to some elderly, you know, the grandparents and everything in between.
Yeah,
and,
no, it's a testament to the athletes too, Muddy, right? I mean, to put on a show like this, and there's a lot of, you know, obviously excitement and adrenaline, but it's a very generous act too. I mean, to just put it all on the line and have people enjoy it. But yeah, that's what pro surfing is also all about too, and it's so cool that, I mean, we feel really blessed in Portugal to have this natural stage and to just have something that is, you know, able to show all the preparation, all the effort and everything right there. And so it's just, yeah, I mean, for the people watching, for the people in the water, I think all around it's just nature at its highest.
Yeah, they've come in, they made the call just a couple of days ago. It was all put on, and the team worked incredibly hard last night just to make this happen, to all bring it together, to put smiles on so many dials. You can see there's swell. It was all about that forecast. Not an easy decision. These things can change, but yeah, the powers that be have said, right, let's commit to this, let's do it. And so far, it's been paid back in spades.
Yeah,
some
what a beautiful
huge waves, huge crowds. Still these waves just rolling in. We're just waiting for one more score to drop, I think, from that last heat before we can just roll on into the next one. So the third one, as we said, featuring also Koshabom.
Koshabom,
the 2018 world record holder for the biggest wave back then. It's been surpassed since, but yeah, Kosha knows his way
and
around.
that was Sergio
left.
on Nick's team that put Kosha on that wave, and so these are iconic, you know, unforgettable moments. And yeah, Koshabom, he came from a really severe. He made a massive comeback to catch that wave. There was a lot of, you know, he went into like basically like a depression, you know, literally. So a lot of like mental anxiety. And he just kind of grappled back and built it like block by block to then come and put himself in that position on a giant swell and want to be out in the water. You know, it all starts there, and you know, want to let go of the rope and you know, just all of this you know, fortitude that you have to just combine to be in that right place at the right moment. And he really made a huge comeback. It was at Nazaré. He was just, you know, with the team, he was just kind of left in this turmoil on a massive day. A little bit what happened to Lucas, but, you know, I think it was, you know, at that level, and just got a lot of waves in the head. And it wasn't, you know, he didn't have, I think, a complete safety team. So that's on him, right? So that's what we say. It's like you want to be safe, but at the same time, if you really want to be safe, it's go big or go home. Isn't that what it is, Paul? Go big or go home.
I think if you want to be safe, don't go toe surfing 80-foot Nazaré. But
so
yeah,
there's
it can
a
be
balance.
as safe as you possibly
can, and take that very seriously, absolutely. But it was a really traumatic event, and so to see him now in the contest, bring a friend of his who's an amazing surfer, Vitor Faria from Brazil too. And, you know, still be part of this again, you know, and just have this much enjoyment. And if you follow him a little bit on socials, the Koshabom, he's a character. He's just like all out and just like that vibrant excitement.
Coddy.
Here we go. Yeah, Coddy and James.
Yeah, James Cruz. Looks like Cruz going to grab the rope. So Coddy, typically generous as ever.
Yeah, he might have to say, James, let go of the rope, because he could probably tow for days. And
yeah. Okay, so we've got the scoreboards have dropped here. We see that. Look at those numbers for Von Rupp and Clermont. So 45.45 and a 45.40. It's a 0.1 of a point over all those massive waves. And then you can see the sort of gap down
Look
to
at the distance,
Sanch and Sahun. So it's a pretty sort of massive lead for those two teams at the moment. We've still got Andrew Cotton and James Carew, Kosha and Ferrer and Lacrane and Lorano to come. But yeah, you can tell by that scoreboard that the two teams out the front have put in a big mark. It's going to be awesome when they came back and have one last crack, all on the line.
All on the line, all on the line. This is exactly what, wow. This looks like a highlight, right, from Pink?
Yeah, so we're just watching this last wave, and then we're seeing Van Rupp. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with the third heat of the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge right after this. Take over, folks. It is pumping.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Meu, humaniza-te.
The TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge is brought to you by TUDOR, official timekeeper of the World Surf League. By Visit Portugal, one of the world's best surfing destinations. And by the Nazaré City Council and Praia do Norte, home of the biggest waves in the world. Welcome back to the action here. It is the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge, bringing in a new trio. Cotton Carew in pink, Kosha Faria representing Brazil in the blue. Team Yellow, Laura Crane out of the UK, Tony Laureano from right here in Portugal. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Rebel athlete and general legend, Izzy Gomez. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, just in awe of what is going down today.
We're having fun, aren't we?
Oh my gosh.
We're looking at these waves that look a bit cartoonish. I mean, you do this for a living, so this is kind of normal to you. But for most mortals, we look at these waves and we're just like, how are they even just sort of surviving? How are they doing this?
Yeah, it's completely mind-blowing. And I mean, for me, you know, I've surfed a lot of big waves, but today I'm like, you know, I'm happy in the booth.
A lot of elements up there. There's no channel. It's cold. It's kind of dark water as well, isn't it? It's quite a good one to watch, this one, I reckon.
Oh, yeah. This event is so daunting. Like you said, all the elements, the crowd on the cliff, all the cameras. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, that classic flow we talk about, trying to sort of free surf in a heat. You're thinking big waves, you know, you're really just kind of pitting yourself against the energy of the ocean. But we've seen it time and time again here. People take risks in this event. They push things because ultimately they want to win. This is a massive moment in a career, and you go all the way for the glory here. So they really are kind of pushing the limits of what their own limits and of the sport. And as spectators, we're the beneficiaries.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as big wave surfers in a competition setting, it's kind of just the best case scenario to push those limits because there's so many eyes on you. You have such a great crew of people that are on the safety team, and you know, you got medics on standby. So if anything did go wrong, you're in the best case scenario to just keep pushing yourself and like really go for it.
We're shaking up the leaderboard a bit. Time to go and check in with our new leaders representing Europe by way of Portugal and France, and they're with Chico Alves out on the boat.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Nick and Clement. Boys, first heat done. How was out there?
Yeah, conditions were tough. There's definitely some big bombs. Clement started off the heat with some really nice waves, some big apex, 7.5. Man, I went straight on one wave. Saw the lip like from here to the clouds and had to straighten out. I mean, I held on like I was competing for my junior heat final title, you know? So the thing exploded in my back and I was like, I'm not gonna fall, I'm not gonna fall, I'm not gonna fall. And there was like a 60-foot wave behind me. And I made it out and it gave me like an 8.3, which is the best score I've ever had here in Nazaré. So yeah, you just have to go straight and inflate.
Past champions, talk me about like having that pressure behind your back, Clement, as well.
Yeah, for sure, more pressure than last year. I mean, but the pressure is more in the water. I mean, the wave are giant compared to last year. It's an insane year. Giant wave, a nice condition, super happy. We had some nice wave. I think we didn't lose so much time during the heats. And yeah, having some good scores too, and just gonna rest and be back on the next heat to get better scores, huh?
Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a good rest.
Love it. Great stuff. And they're enjoying the energy. The bar's been in the leaderboard. We talk about rivalries, particularly in big waves as well. And, it means a lot. And it'd be interesting to see the response and the reaction from Shumbo and from Scooby. Can't wait to see that happen. But I love the challenge being accepted by that pair, Von Rupp, Jose Arro. And they've just squeaked into the lead. Of course, after this heat will be at the halfway point. So still plenty of surfing yet to come. But Izzy, this is shaping up to be a really, really fun day. Obviously, I guess you'd rather go out and get your points on the board kind of in your first heat if possible, and then just try and kind of be a bit more selective if you can. I guess that's the master plan coming into this, but sometimes the plan goes out the window, especially big waves.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's so unpredictable out there, and I mean, you're at the mercy of the power of the ocean, and the ocean either gives you the wave or it doesn't, and I definitely feel like ideally you would want to go out and make the most of your first heat, but sometimes it doesn't happen, and then pressure's on for the second one, and you got to make it happen.
So we're enjoying the action here at Nazaré. Midwinter in the Atlantic. Coming up to the shortest day fairly soon, the winter solstice. Just over a week or so's time, and this time of year we expect a lively ocean here as these big depressions just sweep across the top, send swell down to places like Portugal. How about yourself? You've been filming on a project you're doing with Red Bull. Tell us a little bit about that, Izzy. What's been going on?
Yeah, I've been filming a project with Red Bull, and let's just take a look at this wave here that's live.
Picking up the action here with a beautiful cut down and a swoop on a right-hander with a little bit of foam on the face, but doing really well to deal with that. Carew with Cotton. So James a replacement for Ben Larg. Hurt himself up in Ireland. And James with a ton of experience out here, happy to jump on the rope with Cotty, who's pretty much got more experience than anyone been here, basically since day dot. Quick right for them. So when's the film coming out? When are we going to watch it? Where can we see it?
Oh my gosh. Well, the film, it's coming out next year.
All right, you got a bit of time, mate.
Yeah.
Maybe get some Nazaré waves in it.
Maybe. Oh my gosh. That was a really nice carve.
He's got some strong legs, hasn't he? And we've seen that's been a feature. We got names like Rodrigo Kosha, former Guinness World Record holder out here, another one with those just really strong thighs. And you think about some of the forces that go on here. You're surfing powered in by an engine, so you're going such incredible speeds, plus the power of the ocean, using it to good effect to redirect that rail. This is our Team Blue. This is Kosha and Faria. There's a lot of goofy foots in this heat. Both of these surfers are goofy in this team, as we'll watch a fade into a bowl. Just super cash, and then the wave will get tall, and that hook under the lips somewhere in there. I think it's that Kosha bomb. We'll get an ID.
That's shaped up to be a really, really nice ride.
And that's been a bit of a classic line on that left, particularly from the goofies, is get that drop, just kind of get that timing, so by the time you kind of pull up and then aim down again, you want to be really close to that landing whitewater. Obviously, you don't want to be too close to it.
Yeah, for sure. If you take too much of a line where you're doing a really deep bottom turn, you're going to put yourself kind of in that turbulent section of the wave, and not the best place to be.
Let's get back out to the boat as we'll watch some live vision right here of Laura Crane, and she'll hit that whitewater hard and skid out. So Laura getting involved. Let's go and hear from Justine Dupont, Eric Rubiet with Chico at the boat.
Yeah, boys, I'm live. Justine, sorry for the delay. I was out there, the first one.
Yeah, tricky, but good. But just the wind pick up. And the entrance of the wave was kind of technical, but Eric is such a good pilot, and Fred was there for the safety, Mason for backup board and everything. So no, it was good, tricky, but good. Yeah. It's not that easy. Huh? It's a big wave contest. Sometimes you don't get the wave, sometimes you get the wave. We were really active. Eric didn't surf yet, so I hope next hit we can enjoy both.
Thank you so much and good luck for the next one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Well done, Justine. She's got plenty more to look to try and bring that, but no real surprises to see her commitment, the line she draws. Pretty sort of characteristic technique. She gets super low, that back knee kind of tucks down, both arms go in front. It's worked really well for her out here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Justine definitely has a very low center of gravity for how tall she is, and that really gives her that stability to handle all the turbulence on the face of the wave.
She's got a wild card into a longboard event over in Abu Dhabi in October.
Oh.
Former runner-up in the world in longboarding, of course qualified for the CT in shortboarding as well. An absolute champion in big waves out here at Nazaré and all across the world. So one of the most well-rounded athletes we've ever really seen in surfing, and just looks like she's getting better and better with each season as well. And that experience, her partner Fred was driving as we did that interview. Let's listen into the Red Bull water mic here.
Left. He's out on the left. He's on the left.
All right, so we're just earwigging then with Andrew Cotton and with James Carew as we'll pick things up and check out Ticky Blue. This is Kosher and Faria. And a bomb of a left, which just kind of, you see that crease go through the wave, and it gets a mighty wobble, which gives an opportunity, the surfer an opportunity to get out and get the pickup done. So the driver towing in, just tracking and kind of watching. And if you don't go all the way onto the inside, the driver will just pick you up. Otherwise, you've got your third member of the team, the rescue driver, and come in for those heroics while the whitewater's bearing down, but much easier to do that pickup further outside.
100%. A place like Nazaré, you need as many eyes as you can get here, especially safety.
Vitor Faria there. So those two making the switch after the first wave. What do we think of this wave? What do we think of the line?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty conservative line, and he does well. Oh, that was Laura, I think.
That was Laura's wave,
her opener, yeah. This is the last of blue. Yeah, that was a really, really nice wave. Nice carve to stay in that power source and maximize the scoring potential there. And yeah, it's a really, really nice ride.
Committed carve with speed to give the redirect for the second bowl as well. Beautiful surfing. The Kosher bomb, former Guinness World Record holder. Such a bubbly character, great energy from him. Just loves his surfing. And he's loved what his career has been able to enjoy and experience here in Nazaré, being based here, and basically just dedicating his entire life. There's a lot of people come to do that over the years. Not many do it better than Rodrigo Kosher, as we'll pick up live action. And that's Vitor Faria, Kosher's partner. So those guys busy. Big explosion on that left. As we just try and make out through these mists and just kind of identify our surfers.
Yeah, there's just so much going on, and with all the elements of the wind and even just like the shadow that the wave casts, it's really hard sometimes to even see the surfer on the wave. And I mean, that just shows how giant these waves are that these guys are riding, and it's pretty incredible.
So plenty of time left to go in this. 28 on the clock here of the first session for this group. So they will surf again to round things out. This is heat number 3 of 6. Everyone gets to go twice. And a quick reminder of what's up for grabs. It'll be best male, best female, best team as well. So 2 rides will count. Doesn't matter where they come. Can come in 1 heat, 1 from each. Double the high score. Score out of 30 for each surfer, out of 60 for the team. All of those situations to unfold. We'll have a much better idea, obviously, when everyone's surfed once. But at the moment, just looking at those bigger numbers from the likes of Von Rupp and Rosero, and also from Shumbo and from Scooby up there in the 45s, pretty solid out of 60.
Just a replay of Blue's last. That was a pretty nice takeoff and just quickly got out of there. You see how raw and just crazy that inside section is.
So Vitor Faria there dealing with some crazy white water to try and get that kick out done, just get into the right position. Meanwhile, we talk about the crowd. We do like to talk it up. I don't think I've ever seen it like this. I've been coming here for a few years. I can't remember seeing this many people like this. It looks like the biggest crowd we've ever had. I mean, the swell forecasting from Surfline, it's kind of alerted this to everybody a long way out. It's the weekend as well, of course. It's Saturday, so people with a bit more time off. But this is unbelievable to see this many humans down here.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. It's pretty just insane to see in person finally Nazaré do its thing, and just how many people come out. And some people probably came from halfway across the world just to watch this event. So it's a really, really special thing.
A real spectacle, this wave. This run as swell, been going for a number of days. Today always looked like being that clean, bigger day. And it's definitely showed up a little bit of fog. Just kind of toyed with us a little this morning, organisers, just quite prudently going on a little bit of a hold just in terms of having that vision. As we'll pick up Team Yellow. So this, Tony Laureano with Laura Crane. Another all goofy team. We saw Laura get that wave early on and just get kind of bounced by some crazy moguls in the white water. And that was Laura once again with a much better wave. And she's relatively, Laura's kind of not late to the scene, but one of the newer comers from this field here. Her progression at this wave has been amazing to see, Izzy.
Yeah, it's been really cool. Laura's story is just really, really amazing. And I think to see her combat injury and, like being a surfer her whole life and then going into big wave surfing and really finding her love for that and relocating to Portugal for the winters, I mean, that's just like pure commitment right there.
Yeah, she's been incredible out here. Very good value for her call up into this event. I know she spent some time working with Eric Ribier out here as well, and he was driving with her, and we've been kind of paying homage to his driving skills. It is something that's quite hard to pick up as a spectator, and if you're not so much into toe surfing specifically, it kind of looks like they're all doing the same thing, right? These are these really subtle things that you guys as athletes, you'll really notice how significant that is. Let's run up, a little quiet moment for him. Yeah, he's checking out his scores.
Scrolling the gram.
Yeah. He's updating his YouTube channel.
Yeah, definitely. The complexity of driving a jet ski here, it is really hard to comprehend because you have to have such extensive wave knowledge to be able to navigate the lineup, because you have waves coming from every direction, especially when you get closer to the beach in that inside section. Here's Pink, Team Pink on another right.
Carew just ripping in, enjoying himself. He looks loose, doesn't he? Really timing. That's not a survival kind of wave, was it? He was having a bit of fun, expressing himself. Knew he had a bit of room to swing and looked great doing it. So James Carew, late call-out, replacing Ben Larg with Andrew Cotton. And that pair enjoying themselves thus far. A couple of bomb rides for James. You mentioned how decorated he is in other disciplines. Amazing kite surfer. Just a brilliant big wave surfer with the great style that translates great out here at Nazaré. 23 on the clock in our third heat of the day. So after this, still 3 more to come. We're about 20 odd minutes away from being at the halfway point of the day. No elimination. Everyone gets to surf twice. And champions being crowned as we conclude. This swell, which was due to peak through the night, the cleanness, I think, of the swell as well. These forecasts, I mean, you must spend a lot of your time looking at surf forecasts, but I think just how clean was one of the things that really stood out about this swell.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of the times Nazaré does have a little bit of texture on it, and that's just kind of the norm, and the surfers are adapted to that. But to have this clean condition and just be able to like maximize that, especially for the competition, to give them the best canvas to compete on. It's just really cool to see because, like you said, we don't really get this that often.
Right, let's go back and have another look at this last wave from Team Pink, Cotton and Karoo with the Red Bull water mic. So a chance to earwig on the communication. Sound and vision coming together beautifully. Loving these cards. So not the greatest, biggest wave we've ever seen, but how smooth, particularly that first jam that he did. I mean, that looked great.
Yeah, I mean, just such speed, power, flow. Like, that is part of the judging criteria for performance surfing. And to see that translated into these massive waves is really, really cool to see. And it's pretty interesting, too, just to see the different body types of the surfers, and someone being, you know, taller and heavier, how they're able to just cut through the chop on the face of the wave versus someone that might be a little lighter, has to deal with it a little bit more. But then you start getting into equipment and adding weight to your boards and all that, and that's a whole rabbit hole we could go down, but yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, really, the range of what's available, particularly, as you mentioned, in the weight, and some surfers preferring like quite a lot of weight in there, others going for, I mean, everyone's adding weight to their toe boards, but relatively less, so maybe not as good with the chop. I think a wave like Nazaré is generally that chop on the face is kind of a fixture. You're not getting loads of like really, really glassy toe type days out here. You can see that water surface right now from our drone shot, a little bit of the Nortada, that north wind here. Doesn't do too many sort of bad things in terms of the surfability of the wave, but that chatter just an extra factor as well, dealing with the cold as that wind comes off the sea. Also, those surfers definitely earning their dinner out here today on a big, big day out at Nazaré. What an absolute pleasure is to be here calling this and to just see these really iconic moments in the history of a spot and another chapter being written here today.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see, and you know, we might very well see some surfers get one of the best waves of their life. You just never know, and yeah, it's just, I understand now, seeing Nazaré on one of the best days of the season so far, why it has become such a staple in big wave surfing.
Yeah, absolute iconic scape of the lighthouse with the fort and the cliffs and the crowd, but just in terms of surf culture as well, a real hub for it here with a lot of people really in residence. So, I mean, you spend a lot of time in Maui. You might maybe fly in and fly out for swells these days, time on the North Shore. You're based in California. Over in Nazaré, a lot of these surfers, they're here 5 months of the year. This is like where they pitch up. A lot of that's still the consistency and just how many of these bigger days we're going to get over a season here.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of the downside to basing in California, is you don't have as much opportunity to have, you know, like 20 or more days under your belt of XXL surf. And that's the beauty of, you know, picking up and moving your entire life here for the season, and you treat it as any person would with a job. You know, it's your career, and you have to commit if you want to make it happen. And yeah, so we all kind of relocate to where we see fit. And I know a lot of surfers have dedicated so much time to being here in Portugal.
We're going to dive back in and have another listen to the Red Bull water bike. So the spotter Diogo with the instructions, the communication here.
Right, 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 right. He's out now, in front of you, in front of you. You have south clear, south clear, south clear.
So all syncing together, the spotter up there on the fort, Diogo giving the instructions. He's a busy boy, isn't he? James Carew back again here. And he's got so much time at the top of these waves to throw in some nonchalant kind of S-carves, really just feeling out the board. He's like he's got a new board, he wants to see how it goes.
Exactly.
He's feeling both rails.
Oh my gosh, it's pretty cool just to see how nonchalant and comfortable he looks out there.
Loving it here, teamed up with Andrew Cotton, one of the very best out here with the most experience. And just also in that really good headspace as well, just kind of realizing this is a pretty good way to earn a living. This is a fun job to have. It's serious as well, but I think Cotty in that really good space at the moment. And Carew, he's loving this, just carving up a storm. So picking him up again, he's been nice and busy on these rights. I think a bit of a tactic to go for those rights. Some of the thing we saw from Sancho early on in his heat, really identifying the opportunity on the forehand just to get that positioning and that timing right. Still 16 minutes yet to go in this. We're still waiting to see away from Tony Laureano. He's teamed up with Laura Crane. We're still a couple of ways from Laura. That's Team Yellow. Tony, youngest surfer in the draw here. Amazing energy around Nazaré. Really cool story. The time he spent out here initially with his dad out towing. And they would tell his mum that, no, we're just going to go surf Peniche, we're going to surf Super Tubes. They came here to Nazaré. And I think the story was in the local newspaper and she saw it in there and they were busted. He's like 13-year-old surfs Nazaré's on the cover. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, we didn't go to Peniche.
Oh.
All right. Here we go, Team Blue in action here. Vitor Faria absolutely charging down a wave at warp speed. Gets the bunny hop, deals with some major bumps. This one will bend out to sea. He'll get the kick out. So first part of your job done in terms of getting to the shoulder.
Yeah, and then hopefully you turn around, coast is clear, your ski is there, and you can get out of there safely.
So we'll pick up this swell on this tighter angle, and you can just see that explosion and how intense it is. The tide running out a bit, which will be a factor here. It will affect the way these waves break. It started just after the high, so we're a couple of hours on the outgoing. We've had a switch over here. Is Andrew Cotton out of North Devon in England. One of the surfers over here since way back with Garrett. Surfers like Almini over here as well at the time, and they really, well, they weren't alone as such. There weren't many other crews back then, and he's still enjoying his surf, and he's on the road. This is another look at Vitor Faria.
Yeah, this is just such a nice line, and a pretty solid wave. Just catches air right there, which is crazy just to see these guys toying with the waves out here once they get comfortable. And yeah, it's just nice, solid under his belt.
Buzzing around in the lineup. Obviously, the priority significant as well for our surfers in terms of being aware of what position they're in there, whose right of way it is. There is sort of a method to this madness. It can look a little chaotic. We pick up the shot, there's skis going everywhere, and you're like, wow, there's a bit going on, but they're very aware of exactly whose kind of turn it is next, and also in terms of splitting a peak and just making sure there's enough room for everyone. It still looks like Laura Crane on the rope, is it?
Yeah.
Still Laura with Antonio driving. And just speculating there, trying to find themselves a wave. It's been a minute for her since she rode those couple of waves at the start of this heat.
Yeah, it seems like they've struggled a little bit to find the right wave for Laura, but hopefully in the next 12 minutes of this heat they'll be able to get her into a couple bombs.
So Andrew Cotton on the rope for Team Pink, and it will be James Carew driving. He's had his fun out here, Carew. Been really impressed with him. He's in those rail turns, just enjoying himself. Doesn't look hurried at all.
And this is his first time competing in this event.
First time here. He's going great so far. He's got a good partner. Andrew Cotton will also really be looking to try and put a performance in a heat that he does throughout the course of multiple seasons here. He's had an amazing career being based at this wave, but been able to do it. It's been a bit of a goal for him to just kind of put on that show while the event's on. He's had his injuries as well that have affected his performance. Let's see how he'll go out here. This looks like him right now. So here's Andrew Cotton with just under 12 on the clock, and he'll wait, and then there's the squirt of speeds, and he's on a right-hander here. And he'll fade a long way back, look both ways, and he'll actually go left on a big high line with a massive speed pump. Cotton, a great line across a massive section. What a ride for Andrew Cotton. That was commitment right there, Izzy.
Wow, that was a crazy line. I mean, he put himself in the most critical part of the wave, and unfortunately it just kind of ran away from him. But wow, I mean, that is full send.
I thought he was going right.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's that classic sort of balance you have to find. How deep do I go? Do I then have to get blown up? Let's get another look. Talk us through it, Izzy.
Yeah, so he kind of starts to take off fading right and then cuts back and goes left. And, you know, he goes up the face for a little check snap and drops to the bottom. And I think, unfortunately, he maybe just lost some of his speed going that low on the wave. And it just completely swallowed him.
Gets this pump in here. I mean, this is mad. Imagine, I mean, you've experienced that. I'm just imagining that feeling of when you realize, all right, I'm straightening out here. This is a closeout and I can't get where I want to go, which is out there to the shoulder.
Yeah, just re-watching that replay, it looked like if he would have stayed a little bit higher on the wave, he maybe could have made it, but he was also really deep, and you could see just that wave closing out pretty quickly. So maybe if he wouldn't have faded as much on the takeoff going right, he would have been able to get out of there. But I mean, nonetheless, it was a great ride.
Back on the ski, getting picked up, being patient, bomb out the back. Yes, looks like Team Blue, looks like Kosha again on the rope. Rodrigo Kosha out of Brazil.
Wow, that was a very large wave.
I mean, sometimes the wave here, to guess how kind of big it is, what order of magnitude, it's sort of how dark the screen goes rather than how tall the wave is. The thing just goes almost black as we look into the abyss. Rodrigo Kosha again picked up. Here we go. Lulu Crane. What she got here. Laureano.
Let's go.
Hits the gas. Oh, just not quite getting there.
Seems like that wave just rolled right under them, or almost kind of swung in the wrong direction.
No, one of these waves, one of these sets, she's going to connect with one of these. Will be on something really quite special. You can see exactly the intent. They want to be committed and come from behind the peak rather than trying to be out on the shoulder, but the difficulty with that is you're kind of guessing a little bit exactly what the wave's going to do. We'll have another look here at Rodrigo.
Yeah, this was an absolute bomb. Really nice, committed takeoff, and just read that wave really well and gets out of there safely. I mean, you can just see the board chattering like how much speed these guys are carrying. It's absolutely mental.
He did well to hang on to that. There's a moment there, it looked like it was going to skip out.
Yeah.
He got that kick out done. I guess a couple of things as well there. Not only do you not get smashed and blown up and all that stuff, but it saves you time as well, because you can then buzz straight back into the lineup, maybe get another wave straight away, rather than having to do work on the inside, although it looks like...
I'm not sure if they're looking for the board, because on that pickup, it looked like they were able to get him on the back of the ski, but they had to leave the board. So maybe they're either looking for the board or going to switch up. I'm not sure what their plan is, but yeah, that board just got annihilated by the wave.
They decided to call their team Go Bigger, which seems like a pretty good mantra here for Nazaré. I don't mind it. I like it.
You know, I back it.
So looking for the board in there, trying to find that, and then they're trying to get back in the lineup. Just over 7 on the clock here towards the midway point. The TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge for 2025-26. 25 drawing to a close here. The festive season and big wave season. And Laura Crane out of the UK. Nice fade back, has a look over the right shoulder, and then driving off the bottom, looking again on a bottom of a wave for Laura, with loads of speed and momentum and style as well. Clean kick out. How good does that feel for Laura?
I love to see that. Finally, Laura just getting that wave that she's been looking for this whole heat. That was really beautifully read. You could even see her head just on a swivel the whole time she's riding that wave, making sure she's not too deep and just keeping an eye on every little lump to navigate that wave correctly.
So in nice and early, and then setting up this line, and you know, there is a bit of unpredictability anyway, particularly at Nazaré, but that wave, the kind of read on it for her was one of those ones that did line up for her, so she could pick her line and kind of commit to it.
Yeah, she didn't go too deep, which I think right now is really smart, just to get a good score on the board. And yeah, it was a nice size wave, clean on the face, and she should feel really good about that. And right back on the rope.
Back on the tools immediately for Laura Crane. Out there with Antonio Laureano. Love the energy from that pair. We're still waiting to see him surf. Of course, the team isn't just made up of the 2 surfers and their rescue driver in the water, but the spotting crew as well. So this is top of the fort here, where the lighthouse is. Using the binoculars to maintain vision and, crucially, communication with the surfers in the water. Being told where waves are, where rescues are going to go down, where sets are, which peak to be on.
Yeah, it's so important to have those eyes up there, and I mean, it's just really cool to see how far big wave safety has come, and just the amount of attention to detail that there is, because our lives are on the line out here, and it really does take a village to make sure that we all come home safely. And yeah, so it's just really cool to see the system over here at Nazaré and how many people are really involved in what it takes and what goes into getting those world record waves, or getting the wins out here and picking up your partner and choosing the right wave and knowing when a set's coming.
So Team Pink here with priority. We'll see if we can listen in on the Red Bull water mic, get some of those interactions.
Right, 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 right. Still going, right, 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 right there in front of you, is out, in front of you.
So Andrew Cotton with another great ride there. And so our spotter, Diogo, giving instructions to our driver, James Carew, and exactly where Cotty is. How good's that feeling after getting absolutely lit up? The wave closed out to straighten out on his left. This time with the right into a channel. The jet ski's there, and breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that wave for Cotty, it was definitely a slopier one, but he made the most of it and read that really well. And yeah, I think they're definitely, it seems like they're looking for some rights.
Yeah, love the energy from this. Really are a unit. You know, you change partner. This is a relatively late call-up. Ben Lar getting injured quite late. James Carew coming in. But these guys look like they're really in tune with each other, which is so crucial out here in what is a team sport.
Yeah, 100. It's just like you have to trust that person with your life, you know? And I think just having that mutual respect for each other, too, is super important, and it seems like they're working really well together.
Laura Crane again here on another solid-looking left that goes dark. She gets to the bottom of the bowl, kind of mid-face, back into the lip. She'll go flying out of that lip through the heaviest, draining closeout section. Good thing she just got well away from that in time.
That was such a quick pickup. Wow. I'm baffled.
That was just incredible efficiency right there. We saw Tony give it the gas. He actually kind of did a big ollie out the back on the jet ski, didn't he? But being exactly in position for this pickup. I know he's driving something that he's really had to work on.
Wow, yeah, I'm so happy to see Laura on another wave here. You know, she had a tough go the first half of the heat, but these last two waves of hers have been really well ridden, and gets out of there clean and picked up really quickly. And once again, you can just see how fast these surfers are going. It is so hard to navigate that and stay calm and really read the wave while you're just trying to hold on. And it's really, really amazing.
Inside final minute now of our third heat of the day here. All sorts of action going down. Laura Crane's been really, really busy. Her scores are improving with the last couple of rides. So exactly what she was hoping for and wanting, and to staying committed. And she's buzzing around again. Priority still with Team Pink. They're going all right. They're leading this one. They've got some decent numbers on the board. We've got more action from Andrew Cotton once again. Just a quick in and out for Cotty, but how good does this feel for him, and to surf a heat where he's made all of his waves and he's just really well connected, because it can easily go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Cotty's been looking for that opportunity to show what he's got in a competition setting, and I love seeing this for him. And he's such a humble guy, just really cool person to be around, and I love seeing him do well.
Laura Crane back on the rope here. I think we're going to run out of time before another wave comes through. It's priority with the yellow. They'll just buzz around and we will be time up here. But well rallied from them in the hunt for that score for Laura. It's Antonio doing the work driving. His driving was under a little bit of scrutiny. I don't know if anyone saw HBO's 100-foot wave. I mean, he kind of got fired for some of his driving in that. But I mean, look, he's looking like he's doing a great job out here, and he's put her on some amazing waves. He's stoked.
Yeah, I think sometimes you need a little bit of crazy to do well out here driving. You know, you got to put yourself in situations that you don't want to be in, and I mean, I think he's done great.
What about your own driving? Izzy, what score are you giving yourself? Where are you at? I'm gonna have a score out of 20. Wait, we'll double it. Where are you at?
Oh my gosh, I'm pretty conservative.
Mid-range number? Surely.
Let's go 7.
Don't you dare undersell yourself. But that's obviously, something that's with experience. It's just like, what do? You can go out on smaller days, but really, it's only that you can practice when it really is serious, when those pickups really do matter. Simulating it is something that's hard to do, no matter how much time you put in on, head high days out there with your team.
Exactly. Yeah, it is really hard to replicate what it would feel like to be out there on a day like today, because the heart rate's up, there's a lot on the line, and everything's heightened. So you can train it, you can have the muscle memory, but you can't replicate days like today.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the fruits of those labors born out today. A couple of mashed up noses on the Dylans.
Oh, wow. 2 Lucas Chumbo boards on the beach.
So taking its toll on equipment. And equipment very much something that everyone's working on to try and find that magic combination.
That's just the tax you have to pay to surf Nazaré.
Yeah, I mean, you go down to the Red Bull garage and you just see how many boards are in there and some of the stories those boards could tell. At the lighthouse as well, if you come and check out, see the boards hanging on the wall and just drink in that surf culture. Here's the official results. Our leaders, Von Rupp, Jose Aho, they haven't got a big lead at all. It's 5/100ths of a point over Shianka and Scooby Love. That ding-dong battle. Andrew Cotton and James Carew, great to see them very much in that conversation on the leaderboard there in 3rd right now. And also from the heat we just saw, not a long way behind them, Kosha and Faria really sticking to those lefts, the pair of goofies, and going all right. And of course, only at the midway stage, surfers can readjust in terms of their tactics, in terms of what they want to go out and do. We'll get ready to bring in our original pairing for their second surf. Those 3 teams will be hitting the water shortly. Waves continuing to pulse here on a day which has shown us a little bit of fog. Sun's out right now. It is absolutely bumming. We'll keep going with the action here from the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge right after this.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Meu, humaniza-te.
Nazaré is well known for good reason. It regularly produces the largest rideable waves on planet Earth, thanks to the ultimate deepwater canyon setup. The large deepwater Nazaré Canyon has the potential to significantly amplify the surf. Wave face height can multiply 3, 4, even 5 times the offshore deepwater swell height.
Well, Nazaré is the heaviest beach break in the world. It's because of the canyon effect and how the wave wedges, how steep and gnarly it is.
Man versus moving mountains here.
Nazaré is one of the wonders of the surfing world. That deep canyon out there, there's funnels of North Atlantic swells that are nonstop. It's just a bizarre freak of nature.
So Kai Lanning starts off with a spin. He's flying down the line. You can hear the crowd.
This place is really special to me. I've won events here and gotten some of the biggest waves of my life, gotten some of the worst beatings of my life. You know, you have to pay to play here.
I definitely think that Nazaré is more of a tow wave than a paddle wave. Just moves around from one peak to the other constantly, and it's hard to be in the right place when you're paddling. Towing, you're just getting wave after wave after wave. People are coming to Nazaré to see the biggest wave in the world, and the biggest wave is ridden with a tow board, so.
And I was looking back at 2022. Someone who doesn't look back is Chico Alves. He's down on the boat having a chat. Chico.
Yeah, boys, I'm on the boat, third on the leaderboard. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling really good. Fun. It was fun. Really fun.
You guys were saying how wild it is out there and how fun it is at the same time. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, Connie decided to do a straight hander, so I had to go pick him up. Man, it's hectic in there. Like, the ski doesn't even want to move. It's, well, that's Nazaré, eh?
Yeah. Might be really hard to be driving for him because it looked like he was going right and suddenly he just turned left.
Yeah, and I was going to go right, and then it looked kind of fat, and I didn't really see much, and then I turned around and the left looked smooth. But then it kind of, like, I was just going nowhere, so it's like, I was committed, I was going anyway, so it's a straight hander, pull the vest, all good.
All good, you guys looked amazing. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you, good fun. Cheers.
Thank you very much, guys.
Back to you, boys.
There we go, some stoked pairing there. What do you reckon? Brothers from another mother, those two?
Yeah, they're definitely from a similar, you just feel that energy, that mold. I think that's why Cody accepted to just, because that's the amazing thing. They hadn't really practiced together as a team, and they must have known each other. I mean, everyone knows James by this time. Way to go, Cody, to kind of, that's just his style. Just accept someone in and then just be impressed and stoked with his surfing. And that was sick. You can just tell that they've got a great chemistry going.
And what a great opportunity for James as well, who has achieved so much in his discipline of kite surfing. That's making him feel a little bit wary of that shot, but he had that chance.
I hope that's not my son. Hey, Zay, get back in there.
And he got, actually hold that thought and that potential danger. Speaking of dangerous, we've got Chico Alves down on the boat.
Danger man.
Yeah, boys, I have Kosha Bomb. He's here with me. Boys, talk me through it. I was out there. I saw that from the boat that you got a massive one.
Yeah, looks crazy because the waves looks weird sometimes, but when come with the right set, I think the first one clean and looks amazing. I got a nice one. The first wave was amazing. I can have a turn, and I love the one kind of 2 drops. And Vitor got some ones more peak, more A-frame, but we have one board is amazing. It's almost 10 kilos, not 90 kilos and a half. Another one is light because we love to surf with lighter boards. But today I think it's not really good for lighter. So we lost the board in the beach and we try to keep the same strategy with the heaviest board. But amazing. Okay, congratulations for the call, WSL. This time you call a nice day, a really Nazaré. I think what's everybody expecting. Really bombs and team go bigger here. Stoked. Thank you, guys.
Stoked, Kosha Bomb. Vitor, umas palavras em português agora. Me fala como foi a preparação para este evento aqui com o Kosha.
Pô, a gente se prepara o ano inteiro. Estamos muito felizes com esse call aí, a gente adora. É o mar grande que a gente gosta mesmo. E a gente está muito feliz, esperar a bomba e pegar a bomba aí, fazer a mala. É nóis.
Fazer a mala, bora pessoal. Boa sorte. Back to you, boys.
The Kosha Bomb really still stoked the veterans of you, man. And obviously the 2018 world record holder. And, that has been superseded. But once you've got a world record, right, you keep it for life,
it's right? For life,
you did have
it. I absolutely believe that. And, it's one of those hallmarks. And that's the natural evolution of the sport. So it's not something that you're supposed to hold on forever kind of thing, but just the fact that you are etched in that history is something that no one, can take away from him, and just the fact that he's enjoying it and that he was able to, find a good toe body in Victor Praia, and that they made a team and that they're still here really having a good time and enjoying themselves, picking off those right waves and still finding those lines. And even if you were muted and you couldn't hear the interview, you could pretty much understand just from his description and his hand jives. It's so classic.
Speaking of lines, what lines, whose lines have impressed you in terms of the drawing on this massive canvas we've got here at Nazaré? Who's, over the course of the last sort of 3 heats at the halfway stage? Yeah.
I mean, I really think, I mean, the leaderboard does speak for itself. So having, you know, Clement and Nick and Lucas and Scooby, more the lines of actually getting into the wave. So I don't think they've actually found open faces, like slightly, yeah, Federico Moraes, our big wave, our, you know, CT warrior, you know, there he is, just checking it all out, feeling it. I think Nick has been telling me that he's been, you know, slowly but surely approaching and trying to understand a little bit more about just, you know, a bit about the motion and energy. And it's always an interesting moment if he does have enough room to commit to just the amount of energy and commitment that you do have to put into, you know, to really connect with Nazaré and be able to, you know, not only survive but thrive, right? So I think that's really that balance that you need to find, and it just involves a lot of dedication, because you're just going to be putting equipment on the line, and there's just there's a lot you got to commit to.
And those, you know, I'm not saying that Fred's going to go down that path, but if he were to, like, having that level of talent to secure surfing ability and then match it with potential, you know, it's pretty much a known talent. If you're very good at surfing, you're a big wave. It's those elite guys, the Dorians, for example, or the Ian Walsh, who compete at the very highest level on the CTs.
I mean, that's what I think has been the push of big wave surfing in general, is that you do have, you know, you do bring these small wave and paddle skills, and then you just put it on a bigger canvas. And that was interesting chatting to Lizzie about that, and she was just saying that it's across the board. So that's why watching Justine surf big waves is such a beautiful thing, because at the same time you are seeing her make these subtle adjustments and make things that are you know, just part of small wave surfing. And yeah, to see Fred on, you could just imagine on that massive canvas, just seeing his huge hack. Way to go, Fred. Way to go to show up and just enjoy it. And he's soaking it in. He's you know,
he's
not here by chance. Yeah, so
he's no stranger to VIP area, that boy. Don't worry about that.
Exactly. And well earned, well earned. I mean, I remember him and Nick, you know, competing as juniors, and it's incredible just to see how long they've come and just the constant progression. And I mean, you've seen that in Australia. It's very common, but you know, surfing in Portugal is a little bit more recent. And to see these young talents then, you know, blossom, and so many ups and downs, and so many lost talents too, and to just see that it really is such an accomplishment to get this far, you know, to qualify, to be recognized for the Nazaré World Surf League contest. You know, it's something to, you know, to make it into the TUDOR NAZARÉ Challenge. You know, these are really huge hallmarks that take years and years. And yeah, it's Fred's accomplishments. I mean, as a junior, oh, there he is. We were talking about him. The Lino rules.
Look at that. Nazaré fun.
Yeah,
He's the fun. Tell you what, there's a bit of a stop in the fun right now. We just had a minor technical issue with some of the judging apparatus down there on the fort. So we're just sort of sorting out a few technical issues. We are on hold. That's why we're not seeing any live action at the moment. We're told we're going to sort that out pretty quickly. Come back for a 1:30 start. So we've got a little break in proceedings. We're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action shortly at the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge right after this.
O Oeste não é apenas um destino, não é apenas um lugar para viver, trabalhar e investir. É uma escolha de bem-estar, de equilíbrio, de futuro. Mais que uma região, o Oeste é uma escolha de vida.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Meu, humaniza-te.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Always looking to be the best, always looking to be with my best performance, with my best surfing. I don't know if I'm the best big wave surfer in the world, but I'm happy, super proud of myself, and can't wait to see the future, because the present it's amazing and I'm doing everything what I dreamed for. My name is Lucas Chumbo. I'm from Brazil and I'm a big wave surfer.
Big Wave Challenge, that was Chumbo. He is made for big wave surfing. Check out that clip to find out more about the Brazilian superstar on Red Bull TV. We might have it, we are on hold, just sorting out a few minor technical glitches at the moment. We might have a look at Chumbo, what he's been up to, because he came in, he's in the next heat, but the first heat of the day, well, he did some incredible
He
feats.
made for big wave surfing, right? That really shows it, and yeah, he's such a huge part of the new generation, right? And so he came out all guns firing, and he really wants to get that title back. That's why, I mean, I am itching for this to restart, and yeah, I think we're going to get some highlights here from that first round, and the second round is going to decide everything. So it's all on the line.
It's a bit like, you know, you're like, oh, we kind of call it on. There was a bit of fog. There was massive waves. Is it going to work out? What are we going to do? Is this all going to work out? And then, well, as soon as Chumbo and Scooby under the water, we're like, okay, we're sweet. Yeah. We are absolutely on for an amazing day of big waves. And he came out absolutely firing.
Look at this. This was that wave. I think, look how deep he faded.
First wave of the day, right?
Rifling. First wave of the day. And then it was that whitewater from, I think, peak 2. And that was just a horrifying place. But it is interesting, right, Randy, that there was a high score. So he scored for riding until he falls. And so it was such a radical ride until that moment. This wave of Michelle, I thought, was absolutely outstanding. It was a really good wave. And I think the team score doesn't represent, because it was just her score.
Yeah, just her score at the moment. So in the battle with her and Justine, it's really close, only 2 points in it, but then Shianka came back.
That's the Lucas style
with these calves.
And then just,
and they get sucked over the fall. So, you know, you've seen it from the water surfing with Lucas many a time, but I can't remember two back-to-back wipeouts like that. But they must count in his top 5, like in terms of impact, positioning. They were wild.
Wild, yeah. And that's just testament to the absolute commitment that he put into this, this heat. You know, he came out firing. And because he did that carve, you know, we were looking at it, so he wanted to be so deep, but then the wave kind of just
couple of points. He just went for points and put his life on the line, basically, like, you know, and then he's got the lead of him and his team. Well, just actually 0.05 of a point
behind Nick. So we're not seeing Nick's highlights, but that will be interesting before the next.
It's an interesting dynamic too, because here's a scoreboard. So Nick Von Rupp and Clement, the defending teams champion, are up against Lucas Shank and Scuba, and they're only, like, as we said, 20 margin, but they're also going for the individual honours. So
Exactly.
it could be that up against themselves, effectively, to see who wins. So it's interesting how it's a bit like in Formula One,
Yeah.
where the two team riders, who are you going to back to win? There's a captain. Nick Von Rupp's the captain, so Shankar. Do you give it to your captain? Or do you
I think it's a great
surf the wave?
analogy, yeah. I mean, I think they have to kind of still just go for it regardless. And I think the ocean, and here we go on the actual leaderboard. So that's really interesting. So Nick just needs basically a 7, right? A high 6 to substitute his second lowest score. So Nick is right there, but with Clement over there also in the dispute. So it's a really interesting thing. And if the team decides that they're able to, commit one rider, but I think when it's this balanced, they want the ocean to decide. So sometimes you just go, I remember some strategic decisions, you just go for half-half. So then whatever happens in that half happens in that, there's a little margin of a couple of minutes to change.
You just surf the waves and let the scoreboard look after itself.
Look after itself, yeah, because on the female side, it's interesting that, Eric kind of sacrificed a little bit his surfing and Jan and Tony, interestingly, because I actually thought that I remember talking to Laura a little bit, and she really wanted to put Tony on some waves, and she's been working really hard on her driving. And kind of wave selection with the ski and everything, and Tony, I guess, wants to save it all for the second round.
Because there's some big numbers, seeing as their individual scores. A 19 for Justine. If you were to double that, potentially they'd be up around the 40-point mark, which would be up in the mix. So we'll see on that front whether that's a strategic decision, just do one heat, one surfer, or the guys have gone, no, we're going to back the women. We're going to give them every opportunity to win the women's division. We're going to find out in the next 3 heats how that unfolds, which is going to be another little fascinating little subtext to this event. As we said, we're just going to go potentially come back on at 1:30 as we sort out a few of the scores.
It's still pulsing the surf. Gosh, it's still like a lot of energy. The tide is now dropping significantly. And so, the surfers now, it's about like keeping that energy really high up, not letting the cold get to you and just staying focused. Again, it's the wave selection is just such a key element in all of this. And so it doesn't seem, it's not like explicitly scored, but it's implicitly scored in the sense that you need a really big canvas. So those waves that Lucas came one wave from behind, Scooby saw them and they saw them together, and then he placed them. Obviously, Lucas' risk, and once he lets go of the rope and how much he commits to that peak, what Nick did too, same thing, coming way from behind, Clement. These guys then, once they get the opportunity, then they really go all out and push the limits. But
well, they're going to be pushing the limits soon. We're still just on this hold. While we are on hold, we're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with this second round of the Nazaré TUDOR Challenge Big Wave Challenge. Stay tuned, folks. We're back with more live action right after this.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Mel, humaniza-te.
surf de grosse vague, c'est quelques secondes. Mais c'est ce moment que tu vis privilégié avec l'océan. On n'est jamais en maîtrise totale. C'est bien d'avoir un équilibre entre maîtriser et pouvoir jouer avec la vague. C'est impressionnant ce bruit, ça donne des frissons, tu vois, tellement c'est puissant et fort à un moment. C'est la nature qui dicte. Il y a 2 ans, je me suis blessée par Jaws. Et j'ai encore beaucoup de chemin à faire là-dessus. Jaws, pour moi, c'est la plus belle grosse vague. J'avais envie de surfer les vagues là-bas, de prendre de l'expérience, progresser et avancer. Donc cette saison, j'ai pris ce challenge.
This season was very unexpected.
C'est toujours excitant quand la saison arrive. Mes objectifs, c'était de prendre de l'expérience. Crazy day!
Puis tu as une blessure, elle se relève en faisant un truc encore plus lourd.
C'est parti! Plein d'émotions, toujours à Jaws. Et envie de plus.
Everything about big wave surfing, head to Red Bull TV. It's got some incredible insights on these incredible athletes. At the moment, though, these athletes are just being a little bit caught by some technical difficulties. This event was put together in super fast time under some incredible conditions. We've just got a few technical issues down on the fort. I mean, it was built in the 18th century, so you know it's not designed with Wi-Fi antennas and the state-of-the-art power. It was designed to stop cannonballs and for getting closer to God. So we've got a few technical issues, but we're going to go on hold. We're going to try and start at 1:45 or a 1:45 call. So we've got a bit of time. What are you going to do? Have something to eat, go walk down, talk to the people,
just enjoy
meet
it,
your fans, sign some autographs,
connect. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose 1 second, so I want to be right back here and you know just get the start. And this is ecstatic. I'm so stoked for this, you know, how Nick and Lucas and Clement and, you know, and Scooby are all coming together in this, you know, really exciting finale. So, I mean, yeah, we're just letting, you know, the technical things come together. There was a lot of rain. I mean, the teams did an absolutely unbelievable job that we're even here, you know. It was actually on doubt, you know, some of the team was explaining to me that, you know, it really was a miracle that we actually made it this far. So, and how big it was, you know, so there's just so many things. And now we have this, like, climax. So I'm not going to go anywhere. The fans will have to wait. Sorry, this is where I'm at.
It's a small wait. It's a 1:45 call. We're going to get back on with all the live action, the rest of the last 3 heats of this incredible event. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you at 1:45 for more big wave action.
Pela segunda vez na água e pela outra vez na água. Agora, essa segunda ronda é a última oportunidade, é o TUDOR NAZARÉ. Depois de uma excelente performance na primeira ronda, Rica Rosa com Lucas Cienta e Pedro Escudo estão neste momento, foram ultrapassados em termos de ranking de equipas pelo Nicolau Van Hoek e pelo Praia Rosero, que é o que agora está ligado no ranking de equipas, o Cienta e o Escudo estão na comunidade. A equipa azul será uma vez mais 36 e Jerome Saia e a equipa amarela teremos novamente inicial de balão com Ian Gonzalez. As duas equipas 100% brasileiras, a rosa com o Chumbo e o Chumbo e a amarela com o Gustavo e o Ian. Depois um francês inicial pela Vincent Santos e o sul do início do Marrocos. Isso há muito pouco tempo, já nas culturas do Júnior da Alexa, geralmente 100. Início está previsto para a 1h45. Entretanto, eu vou receber mensagens de atualização, do evento. Então é só a confirmação do 1:45 para o início da bateria. We're going to start the second round. Again, second time for these teams to kick on. Second and last time, so it will be all or nothing. Lucas Jacob and Scooby will be on the team team. So it will be a repetition of what we saw last time. A repetition of the last year. On the first round. Looking at the team Sanchez and Jerome Sainz and the other team of Michel de Vallon and Lucas Jacob. Now, after the end of round one, usually taking the rankings. I can only take you when it comes to the rankings. The individual totals here for the surface, but when it comes to team, it's a very, very close fight. For the moment, it's one of the big teams in the league. Actually, the big teams are on the top three. It's the winners are Nico and the Roman Rosero. They're winning with 45.45 total. That's the combined score between the two of them. So that's putting them on top of the rankings when it comes to teams. Now on second place, second team, it's Champions School. Now, 45.45 is the total of the leaders. Second place, right now, 45.4. So there's 500 of the point spread between first and second when it comes to the rankings. Third place team, a big team as well, they're further down. They're 10 points spread. It's with 35.05 total. That's Scotty and the Peru. Now, that's the first sitting out there. So you can tell already, Lucas Jacob to this group. Second place so far. There's the 500 telephone behind one group on the there. Then, you know what, will be also on the group into this ranking of their own. So far, they're placed number 5. With 27.94 total. So way behind the race of 45 of Rosero's Champions Student teams. So they really need to take a chance from that one. And on the other team, Michel de Boyon and Winston Clinton, they're right now sitting that place in the south. And so far, 1977 votes. So it's way behind this one. Second geral do total, está na segunda posição, 45.45 total para a equipe individual, 45.4 total para a equipe de terceira posição está o top 3, mas 10 pontos, está mais atrás, está outra equipa rota do André Costa e do Peru. Depois das baterias que estão agora na área, como já perceberam, Shanka e Scooby estão em segundo lugar no ranking, Benjamin Sanchez e Jerome Sainz estão neste momento ocupam o quinto lugar com 27.94. Então precisam fazer bastante, arriscar muito e fazer bastante se querem vencer o time de equipas. E a Michel de Vallon e o Ian Consenza ocupam o oitavo lugar, o sétimo e oitavo lugar do ranking com 17 pontos. Mistake on my part, actually Michel and Ian are placed number 8 in the ranking with 17.5. Michel e Ian Consenza também precisam fazer bastante para conseguir ultrapassar e essa parte da terra. Isto é muito difícil, não tem muito sucesso individual. Mas eu quero que os dois jogos ficaram melhores durante esta primeira parte do número 2. Mais dedicados a tudo, que era o que era o nível ao dos quatro. Bastante tempo aqui na Praia do Norte. Estava a sublinhando essa naturalidade entre aspas da preferência do resultado excelente do jogo aqui na passada sobre esse campeão político o Lucas já me foi aqui fez várias estimações que aplicaram ele já pensou em individual também vai ser individual under 1 minute. The TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge is about the tourism competition week second round. Reminding you the goal for all the surfers now out there will be improved on their tops. It's going to help the team for the final team rankings and also who is going to get the individual title. Right now, high scores of the day when it comes to individual performances. And on single waves, Bruno on the excellent. Above 8 points, both Joe and Bob and Luke and single waves scoring over 8 points. We're going to here say a lot at 16, because again reminding you when it comes to top score of a surfer, where it's double. For each surfer, the maximum total will be 30 points. Actually, you're right. Actually, you're right. For a moment. You're right, yeah. That's a 10 going twice, that's way. Another 10 is not going double, that's 30. You're very correct. And out of those 30 possible points, we have one group with 23.46. Actually, well, I can see now the individual rankings as well. Individually, on first place is the Lucas with 23.6 correct. And second place is Portugal with 23.46. So, Norte has a cover point spread as well. So, my name is the ranking is well. Lucas sharing the children, with the sport of the last group of 23.6 and 50.6. Apenas 14 décimos pontos da Auditória com 23.46 o score combinado. Portanto, inteiro. Depois olhamos, dentro para o Clemar Rogero, faz a equipa curricular, tem o score combinado de 21.99 e o Pedro Segundo faz a equipa. Peace. Okay, definitely. And we are back on. We had a power issue here for a few minutes. So as soon as possible, we will start this second round. I scheduled to start a while ago already. Again, remind you all, it's a very difficult event to set up. 72 hours call, that's the first call. Then last Thursday, so the first call came out on the evening of Wednesday. Then Thursday was a national strike for all Portugal, so you can imagine the nightmare with the suppliers for all this production food. And yesterday was not raining, just pouring all day long. So that puts a lot of pressure. Obviously, it's a very, very professional team we have here. But let's do it this way. You can see that we'll walk along and we're back on. Take the day off, take a stroll, go further down south, because we really don't do anything around here. You know the night before, something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Nervy, we are doing around, not strictly go. By the way, Irish, can we hear his first name? Because Irish first. One of you guys. I'm not blaming all the Irish, huh? Actually, we only have good things to say about Ireland. For the first time this year, we had the huge pleasure to be invited and host an event for the WSL, the first official WSL event in Ireland for the Junior European Tour, with amazing waves and entertainment from Ireland. Thank you so much. Such a beautiful country. I mean, the hospitality was amazing. And the quality of waves, the quality of the TUDOR, the left, and so many good waves around. So thank you so much. So I believe, and actually, Jeff Murphy will be talking about he was a really good mathematician. minutes. Fight for a good premium. Important to have a new call. And we hope to resume the competition right after that.
Estou o repórter aí no plano.
Aiming to start the round number 2.
Não estou a usar este, devem ter dito que ele deu umas coisas e disse que já vinha cá ter. Naquela vez cá ter quando eu sempre preparou para ter para pouco.
Nova chamada de agora já um pouquinho menos de 8 minutos, mais ou menos 7 minutos, às 2h15, nova chamada para o reinício da prova. Recordo que iremos começar agora a ronda 2.
É onde? É aqui embaixo, a porta aqui.
Neste TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge, todos
a entrada é mais farol mesmo, ou
vai ser a segunda vez agora.
É uma das esquerdas, ou seja, as pessoas conseguem ver.
Claro, estamos com uma divisão de 40 minutos
vai ser mesmo a entrada onde está o Red Bull,
e teremos nova chamada já daqui a uns minutos. Até.
Agora que confirma, mas eu tenho que dizer alguma coisa, não faço toda a certeza. Eu espero que me tragam o almoço. Eles disseram que sim, por isso é que eu estou a perguntar. Ja. Tens dois. Escuta para ela. Faz o nome? Para o quarto.
So we have some more updates, important ones. So event is on now for 2:30 hit start, and we're going to bring that time down to 30 minutes instead of 40 minutes. We'll now be running it with the 30 minutes. Stress that this time of the year will remain in Portugal is in around 3 hours. We still have a couple of hours of competition ahead of us with everything that can happen in between, and a lot of things usually happen here in Nazaré. So with that, we brought the time of the hits down from 40 minutes to 30 minutes, and we'll be aiming to resume competition starting the heat in Just under 20 minutes, that's not possible. Sim, a competição está on. Teremos o reinício da competição às 2h30, mas temos aqui um novo dado para acrescentar. As baterias vão passar a ter 30 minutos em vez dos habituais 40 que tivemos na primeira ronda. Temos tido alguns problemas com a eletricidade, por isso as baterias vão passar a ter 30 minutos em vez dos 40 minutos inicialmente destinados para as baterias.
Aqui em cima cansa mais de 5 horas, sabia? Vou ficar em pé.
how much are you willing to sacrifice to ride this wave and try and get this championship today?
Look at that right. That is a massive wall of water, one of the biggest waves we've seen.
He made it!
Oh my gosh. Oh, massive.
Oh my!
Welcome back to the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Jada Macedo. That is Nazaré. We've had a bit of a hiatus, a bit of a break. Look, there's two schools of thoughts. There's two theories. One theory is that we lost power in the judges' tower, and without judges and scoring, we can't have a big wave surfing competition.
Correct.
The other theory I've heard is that Paul Evans pulled the plug, has had a long VIP lunch. And so I don't want to take those two. Which is which? Who knows in this modern era?
Could be capable of doing something like that.
But the good news is we are live. We are back and we're going in to heat number 4 of this incredible challenge. All these surfers get to surf twice. We've seen all the surfers have one heat, and now we're going to roll on in to their second heat. And I'll tell you what, it's an action-packed one. We've got Lucas Shanka, of course, and Pedro Scooby right up there on the leaderboard. We've got Benjamin Sanchez, Jerome Seon. So we've got some big names coming our way. What can we expect in the next 3 heats, Shao? You're the man. You're the local. You know what goes on here. What are we looking forward to?
It's just these pauses are just, I mean, they just get us, you know, expecting more and wanting more. And, you know, but this dispute between, you know, the Lucas and Clement, just like last year, and the Pedro Scooby and Chumbo, yeah, it's just unbelievable. So I think it's just, you know, we didn't leave here, so we didn't get Paul's VIP lunch. We got, I mean, we did get a snack, but you know, and we were all considering, in the grand scheme of things, this is a pretty minor problem. But the action, the waves haven't stopped. I mean, the action is just nonstop in the water, and we're just you know, on the edges of our seats, just wanting this to start, because this is the dispute, right? This is the leaderboard. This is where it's all coming down.
Yeah, we're at the halfway stage. Nick Von Rupp and Clement Lazaro out in front, but just by a tiny 0.05 at a point over Lucas Shanka, Pedro Scooby. So Von Rupp and Clement, they're the current teams defending champions, and Shanka and Scooby right on their heels. We see Scooby and Shanka each coming up next. Get your top 2 scored waves over the whole day. In the women's, well, we see Justine Dupont out in front. Michelle Bouillons, though, she had that one excellent wave in that first round. Ride. It looks like these girls are getting plenty of time, so, you know, Laura still in the mix. Anything can happen, but you'd be backing Dupont, who is a multiple champion here, to come good, right?
Justine is the favorite. You know, she's been an amazing rider. She's pushed big wave surfing, female big wave surfing globally. And yeah, here's the men's leaderboard. So tight, you know, and really proud, obviously. Portuguese, having Nick right there in the mix, finally showing all of his surfing skills, and you know, Clement supporting that. And so it's a really cool leaderboard, and to see Portugal right up there in the mix with Chumbo, built for big wave surfing. But Nick's an amazing rider himself, and so it's a great day of surfing.
Yeah, he'll be coming up after this heat, so Nick and Clement pretty much be watching, keeping a close eye on the scores. They'll be knowing what they need when they do hop in the water. That's a little way off just yet. We've got the other surfers getting ready, of course.
That looked like Michelle and Jan, yeah, getting ready. Interesting enough. So it is Michelle grabbing the rope again.
So Jan, the partners, said, you know what, this is your day. It's all about you. It's a lesson to be learnt there for a lot of partners out there, saying, look, this is your time, your chance at really winning. And he's giving it 100% to see if Michelle can just get up. She's been a consistent performer over the years. She's been a consistent performer at Nazaré for a long time. So, you know, no one deserves it better. She has got the problem of a certain Justine Dupont. And I'll tell you what, with Justine, if it was best 5 waves, she'd be well in the league, because she got 4 or 5 amazing waves.
Back to back.
They're all kind of similar, weren't they? But still amazing. So she's in great rhythm. And also we got Sanch.
Sanch and Jerome, that was an interesting combo. The veterans,
man, they are mad dogs, absolute mad dogs.
Barrel hunters, and it's great to see them on this stage, a big, wide open canvas, that Nazaré and these big walls.
Yeah, Jerome spent, he's a Moroccan surfer, he spent the better part of the last 20 years you know, just hunting waves all around the world, just in the most remote, gnarly locations. He said a couple of years ago he just pulled right back. He got involved in his dad's business. He also has got a son, Liam, who's 16 now. He's already ridden Jaws. He's been surfing those big Moroccan bombies. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to, that's what Liam wants to do. I'm just going to be his driver, pass on his knowledge. And at the end of last year, he started to get the feel for it again, starting to get a few ways to Liam. They got
invited Sancho over.
Yeah, well, they took Liam over to Jaws for that Christmas swell and said, look, it's all about you. And then the boys got fired up, and Sancho ended up getting, well, one of the biggest waves potentially ever ridden. I mean, we haven't quite managed to lock down the height and stuff of it, as we see the boards down
and
there.
2 of Lucas's, yeah.
So it looks eerie, like a bit of a sort of cemetery cop set up down there, isn't it? No one has passed away. They're just some damaged boards that people can go and check out.
Yeah, no, I think there's a purpose so the surfers in the water can kind of see them. So that's the way that the lifeguards kind of put them back up. And interestingly enough, at the High Performance Center, so Nazaré has a surfing high performance center, and a lot of the athletes, guys like Twiggy, you know, store their boards there, and so many of us have stayed there over the years, a state-of-the-art gym, you know, something that the municipality really put a lot of energy and resources into. And they did this same kind of, I'll call it an art installation, you know, because it does look a little bit dark. It looks like a tombstone.
Yeah.
And I remember having one of my boards there, and it was like, gosh, hey, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I haven't passed yet. Don't put me underground just yet, you know. But I think for the non-surfer, it looks more like a totem or something, you know. So I think it has this artistic approach to
and
it.
And those boards, I mean, they're not like normal surfboards, are they? They're so much more heavier glass. There's got carbon fibre. There's all sorts of stuff in them. And so for those boards that have been that cracked and damaged, they've been through some serious...
Yeah. No, I mean, a regular tow board, I mean, that's it for all the surfers out there. It's just a very different set of equipment, like you're saying. I mean, a light tow board is at the 4.5 kilo mark. I mean, that would be a waterlogged, you know, like not even in the deepest dungeon of Bali would that be considered a light board, you know.
You see them, they're smaller. They're much smaller than normal surfboards, so they're, for riding these big waves, when you paddle, you need waves boards up to 9 or 10 feet. These, as you said, 5'8", 5'10", 5'11". But you think they're quite low, and you pick them up, you go, whoa, yeah, they're like centrifugal force. They're really heavy, they're glass, but you know, Nazaré can just chew things up.
And they're made for all this speed, so that's the interesting story behind them. And they're much thinner, right, than you'd expect from, you know, obviously like a paddleboard. So all of these combinations, I think Lizzie was touching this a little bit early, because it's just this endless combinations that you can kind of do to make that magic board. And so it was really interesting. I got a call from my buddy Rabbit, you know, back in the day at Orc Surfboards, and you were following that a little bit too, Mundy, you know, when Dylan... you know, we had this whole factory, and it was amazing to be on the same team as Lucas Chumbo and Antonio Silva, and just, you know, Justine. It was a really special time, and Eduardo was the factory manager, and it was just a really special time, and that Portuguese factory was really pushing the limits. Unfortunately, that factory folded. It's now Portugal Surf Factory, and yeah, I mean, it's still pumping out boards, so if you want a board, you can still go there, and Dylan still shapes there when he is in Portugal.
Yeah.
But that was a really, there we go, that's that Dylan right there. But it was a really special time, and just to understand how much goes into each individual board. And one of these boards would be like 1,500 euros. I mean, normally like a team price already. So
yeah,
it's
they take
just
so much work, don't they?
So much work.
Okay, righto, we've just got a few more issues with this power. It's a difficult situation. We're going to deal with it. We're going to have a short commercial break and hopefully come back with more information and hopefully more live action from the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge right after this break. Stay tuned, folks. We want to get surfing going and the incredible waves at Nazaré right after this.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah.
Liga-te melhor à vida. Mel, humaniza-te.
The TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Look, we've got some bad news, folks. Unfortunately, this power issue and ongoing technical things have just caused a few more gremlins. We aren't going to be able to run right now. We're going to go on hold again, I'm afraid to say. A 2:45 call. These competitors are ready to roll. Hopefully we'll be soon. Please stay with us. Come back at 2:45. We'll give you the call, give the information, and we'll be back with the TUDOR Nazaré Big Wave Challenge at 1:45.
A few years back, on the right hand there, amazing away by John Mamal at the time. Not this year present here to go for the win. Is it tough for John Mamal? Can't prove right to remember. I was talking about that. So a kind of resembles that wave from 2 years back of John Mamal. I still think that was very good scores. That's not down. Together, it was the same year, I believe, of the right winger of Carolina. We've been talking about that famous right winger of Carolina. I remember one year that Nathan Flores was here as well. That was involved on the first week as well in the middle of the season. But a lot of good members coming from this place, from these events. Again, I still have the good stuff talking about these that we're trying to do. The thing you see all today, the first 2 days, it's going to go on until 5 for the next few years until the second. I'll get a chance to watch it live. If not, I believe that there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of views already on the YouTube and Instagram. We got ways for the Lucas. First wave of the competition this morning. But we have a lot of amazing memories, amazing waves here. I was talking also on the panel. You probably remember the temple and drive of Mr. Gonzalez. We had the barrel, black and white, the strike noise of the first from the back country. After that, the right. And one more amazing moment here. The 20 of those. So we're going to have a few more moments like that throughout the afternoon. Well, I missed it already. Reminding you, when we talk about rankings, both on individual rankings and the children. The top two, this spread, we're talking about hundreds of the country. Right now, 15 of the Golden Group to International that equally with 14.45 points. And the champion is Ruby. Will be a pick as well on the first team and the second round. Now with a total of 14.4. Five of the on-court spread between those two teams. Then we go to the best wave of the individuals. Or the best total when we combine the top 2 waves of the second. In the league, with 23.6 is Lucas Championship. with 23.46 if people are on it. So we're talking about the two rankings. There is 400 telepoints left. When we talk about individual rankings, there is 400 telepoints left. So they know that. First surfers out there on this top two will be Lucas Gambit and Scooby, as soon as we review the competition. And obviously, they will be aiming to improve. There will be a lot of commitments, a lot of risks taken. Obviously, calculated risks. No, we're talking about Praia do Norte that risks can be calculated just, well, there's a point where you lose control. But they will be charged, for sure. Same goes for Nicolau and Rosero. Now, there's plenty of charges. I can't go through this without mentioning Andy Parker. He's on a pink team as well, with Carew as well, with Carew. They are on third place at this time on the rankings, and I believe, well, Conti already comes out of a few waves, but I think we're going to see a little more from Andy Parker once he has the chance already. But the same goes for all of them. Great performances as well by Ludwig Bursche. And for the that blue team sitting on number 4, Benjamin Sanchez already with some solid ones. Together with Sayun, Sayun will be out there on the 16th. They're currently in 5th place. Then we talk about the ladies. Now, we must say that 15 in a row in the field of the ladies, 19.7 total. Then each of the ladies position 7.5 for the second lady. And the ladies for the zone. And just the point 11.23 is Laura Crane. So this team, former winner here on the ladies division, big red charger. And one of the best rates when it comes to XXL surfing ever reading. The footage is available online. Go check that amazing session with Cortez Bank a couple of years back. And that looks like a cartoon. You see those waves on this team. He was not only surfer out there, there were a few more boys out there trying to remember who was out there as well. But that wave in particular by Cortez Bank was an amazing one. And she's leading the charge here when it comes to the ladies. There's 3 surfers so far without any waiver reading. That's Eric Guerreiro, Ian Conceição, and the workout, the Portuguese with Colorado. In June, we have played on Portuguese Bank. Wow. First experiment went out there, and we have Phil Sharp is around, I'm pretty sure. That he remembers that. First experience was out there like 20 years ago, or maybe even longer than that. Portuguese Bank is a shallow reef that sits a couple of 100 miles offshore of California. So really, it's a mission just to get out there. And obviously, being the reef on the middle of the ocean, there's no reference points. And waves come from all directions possible. So they had our first session out there with Greg Long, a few of the guys, a couple of decades ago. It's very hard to find actual spots to break it properly. A lot of, everything has to combine for you to be able to surf there safely. And not even a couple of years ago, we had an amazing session that Christine was a part of it, and I believe that was nominated, if not won, the wave of the year. Very well deserved. This is the point. Is right now leading on the ladies division here at the TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave. One in our missing from that session was Mike Parsons. Mike Parsons was the first charger out of that scary house. 30 on will be on.
job and stay on the wall. Let's go to the house. They stay there on the wall. Vem, treino. Vai continuar sempre esta câmera. E com pessoas que têm ambientes. Esta câmera continua com a vai 5 drones e a 2. calhar precisava que me fizesse um favor. Que eu arranjo-me isto para não ficar aqui. Lá ao pé do material. Desculpa lá. Deixa lá ao pé do material. À espera da cena oficial. Porque a Adriana vai morrer agora, mas eu oportunamente a sair porque a cabeça do tripé está e pode cair. Com o lento. É pesada, né? Yeah. Espera aí, que eles ainda estão a confirmar se vai haver prémio. Acho que sim, mas vai haver. 3? Sim. Não, fizemos 3. Fizemos. Fizemos já o 4. Queres ouvir uma beca? Vamos buscar um cigarro. Oh, Rodrigo, vou lá mais um bocadinho de rádio. Aqui vai buscar. Posso desligar então? Será que vale a pena? Estamos a falar Abbiamo una bella posizione qua, qua c'è più di così non sarebbe. Però sono più facili secondo me le onde per loro adesso. Guarda che facile, guarda. Guarda. Si può fare un'immersione per arrivare a un'onda più sputa in alto e là sotto non la sento. Non so quando esce. Sì, vabbè, ma c'è anche le Maldive, sono sempre immersioni potenti. Senti un po' di rindondo più che... Alessandro, no, hai visto che ora partivano?
Diceva 45.
Però stanno andando,
Adesso stanno, ognuno aspetta la sua onda e il suo modo, quindi fa una volta.
Facciamo là, no, dai, non eravamo vicino. No. Mi sembra placido di là, no?
Ecco che è andato, guarda, guarda. Dai, dai, dai. So the first round, the good news is that we had a great show on the first round of competition for this one. A great race. But that's the end of the event for today. We're hoping we have different solutions for next week. We have the other things to discuss on the winners, if you know the winners as well. All that is will be down to the stage for the team. But on behalf of all the organization of the award presentation. Depois da informação, temos já devem ter sempre seguido não devemos apenas continuar a competição para a segunda ronda, onde os trabalhos técnicos vão continuar ao longo da partida avançados da direção da equipa para rankings de equipa. Então, Muito obrigado a todos.
i braccioli però.
Chi? Ascio? Sì, il comico, le cose. Sì, è italiano? che onda? Pazzesco, guarda in fondo. Ah, lì è tostissimo. Io vedevo il un'altra. Un drone che fa più picchiata.
È lento, cioè molto di attesa, cioè, lo show è scegliere quelle poco.
il giro, no? No? Erano andati? Stasera cosa c'è? Una cena o... Mangiano anche i dolci. Buoni anche i dolci. Stasera è sempre lì dove... no, nel studio di nonno. Aspettando. No, non so magari a livello di qualità del cibo. Mangiare in un corridoio anche no. Una tecnica non solo ambulanza vediamo ci va detto al cerimonia sì. Una consegna di Europa. Ah, c'è una cosa lì, mi presento là. Grazie. Ho dato 7.
Per i settimi non c'è niente. Sicuri. Che non vado là.
Non subato vado a vedere dove sono andati poi pensavo fosse un po' più molto di attesa
sai su sto onda, no? No, sempre lì a scegliere l'onda giusta. Perché c'hai paura, dillo e arriva.
Cattolico.
Sti commenti da bar, no? Ma chi ti stai cazzando?
Non lo so, io
fa aspettare.
devo venire a farti vedere come si fa. Vabbè, perché mi sono appena cambiato.
No, appena asciugato.
Sì, tutto da te. In realtà quante si cadrà magari c'è.
Un'ora tranne.
Devi cercare 9 metri,
In un'ora cosa fai? 3 o 4 portate, no? 4 ore.
La scegliere quella giusta. Superare le velocità.
Poi devo fare delle cose.
Sì, visto che fatica che si va pure a stare nell'acqua ferma. Dietro all'onda, quando loro escono siamo già al sole.
Lasciarti di qui, lo stadio di Francesca che lo vedo in
di lontano lontano è da dopo sci. Giudicatori, dove sono? O guardo dai droni.
tira, l'altro cura, ne recupera uno l'altro.
shot.
serie aperta mettendo la muta, ovviamente, cioè sbattendo in serie aperta e poi sono tornato a riva, avevo tutta questa sopra, però ho detto prima che facessi infezione ho fatto via tutto, sono tolto la muta, operazione disinfetto subito, ho fatto via. avessi il mio libro adesso, metto qua, metto qua. Con un quadro che cambia ogni secondo. Non sono tutte la stessa direzione, il ragazzo là dà indicazioni. Dice destra, vai da porta, vai avanti, lancia. Grazie, ma non dimenticabili. Sotto l'acqua non avrà fatto. Beh, forse non pesante, ma goccioline sì. Dici che non si bagnano. Ai nostri della squadra. vedi le onde grandi dici ma insomma rispetto a questo.
Si sente l'asticella. Che si alza. No, abbiamo le pastiglie, quelle che si voleva dare la tua amica. Voleva dare perché ti conosci. Adesso...
A me non tocca di bianco, però quelle blu non so perché.
how much are you willing to sacrifice to ride this wave and try and get this championship today?
Look at that right. That is a massive wall of water, one of the biggest waves we've seen.
He made what?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, massive.
Oh my.
Show. So we are back here live in Nazaré. It's been a day of ups and downs. We've seen some enormous waves ridden like this one here you can see on your screen. We have gone on hold. We did go on hold halfway through the day after we saw the first round completed with some incredible wipeouts, some incredible waves ridden. We'll go through it for the post-show. The presentation will be based on the first round because we did have some issues. We're not going to shy away from that. The event is now going to be based just on these first 3 rounds, but 3 heats they were. So we're going to pick it soon, but we did see some incredible waves ridden this morning, didn't we, mate?
Did.
And see Justine Dupont there, another one of the stars. So there was some action, but unfortunately, there's been a few issues. And due to a power failure on the headland, the WSL Tours and Competitions team made the call that the event could not be completed safely in the one-day window and is over. Due to the delayed start caused by fog and the delays caused by the power outage, there wasn't time to safely complete round 2 in good light in safe conditions. Therefore, the final event results were taken from the completed round 1 of competition, which ran the best waves of the contest. So there you go. It's been a bit of a shame. Let's not, beat around the bush, but we had enough incredible waves to finish off this round number 1, get our winners, get the best male, the best female, and the best teams. So we will unpick that shortly. But, so be it. We just lost our power and we couldn't do it safely with the fog at the start. The dying conditions at the end, and we've had to, cut it short.
It's the beauty of wanting more, right? So I think that's a good problem in all sense, and we wanted more, and I think that's a good energy to end on. There'll be lots of action next year, and this has become more and more a legendary event, and I think, just sharing it here, obviously, and this dispute, I didn't even leave here.
Yeah, I mean, there was just such a great display of surfing today. I think a lot of people had their minds blown. And just super grateful that we were able to get that first round completed and be able to crown some champions today.
Yeah, we've got champions and we've got one of them on the podium. The part of the podium, Paul Evans is down there. We take away the presentation, go through the winners and chat to some of the athletes. It's all yours, Paul.
And welcome, everybody. Welcome to the official presentation. The TUDOR NAZARÉ Big Wave Challenge. What a day it's been. We had amazing, clean, thumping, big conditions. Really exciting. Saw it on the forecast. A lot of people did a lot of hard work to make this event happen. But before we get into all of that, I just want to give a big shout out to all you guys that came down 6 a.m. even before. It's the best crowd in surfing. People say 40,000, 50,000. It's been absolutely massive. There's been so many of you here supporting. You've been really patient as well. Give yourselves a massive round of applause. Yeah, the crowd. Obviously, big thanks to TUDOR, our partner for this event, as well as Red Bull for their incredible support. And of course, to the city of Nazaré, the local community, the surfers who share this incredible wave with us. Thanks to all you guys. All right, let's welcome up onto the stage some of our dignitaries. Let's bring up Francisco Spinola, president of WSL in Europe. Yeah, Chico. How are you, mate? Let's bring up as well Miguel Suzinha from the mayor of Nazaré. Welcome. Let's see. And from TUDOR, let's welcome up Gaëtan Franière. Yes. Yeah, Gaëtan. Surfing at Nazaré is a unique event. It's a team event. There's nowhere else really where the teamwork matters this much, and that's why the team event really is our most significant awards. And once again this year, that award's going to go to a team who really just showed us courage, skill, preparation, dedication They were here to bring the big performance when it mattered most. Let's make some noise for our best team. Once again, welcome to the stage, Nick Van Rupp of Portugal, Clément Rosero of France. All right, let's get a quick word with these guys. Clément, first of all, to you, mate. Back again here at Nazaré in really clean conditions. How did it feel today? Obviously, you would have liked to surf a bit longer, but you seem like you were having fun.
Yeah, the wave were insane. Like, it was giant, to be honest. The first wave of Lucas was one of the big waves this winter, and for sure the biggest wave out as well. So, yeah, insane wave. I mean, Nick got bombs, I got bombs. Everyone is safe. Happy day, you know?
Watching you guys, Nicolau, yeah. Watching you guys, it looked like you had amazing energy between the two of you. Were really good. Just kind of charisma between the two going, great energy. Tell us about that. How has it been a team with this guy?
Yeah, totally. I mean, Clément is an incredible surfer, the young gun. He only appeared 2 years ago, but he's definitely up there with the best of the best. And I think right now, I mean, look at this. Look at the amount of people that are here. I mean, Nazaré is living its best moments, not only with the crowd, with the event, with the competition. There's great surfers. I mean, Lucas, Scooby, surfers that are not in the event that are incredible as well. And I mean, so proud to be here, and to win last year and to win this year is the cherry on top. So thank you so much.
Love it. Back to back for the teams. Nick Van Rupp, Clément Rosero. What a moment. All right, next up, we're going to welcome got some important hardware from TUDOR, these beautiful watches. Always time for them.
Even if they already have them.
Wait, mine. It's mine. Yeah. So the TUDOR watch. Ah, what a moment. Is that it? All right. All right, next up, we're going to welcome someone up to the stage who's had an amazing story with this wave and with this town. She's just an unbelievable performer. She's shown resilience to come back from adversity and always puts on incredible performances. Once again, welcome to the stage. Your best woman's performance from France, based here in Nazaré as well, Justine Dupont. Justine with Fred and also with her teammate Eric Ribière on stage. Yeah, Eric. Justine Dupont, ladies and gents. Right, let's just get a quick word with Justine. Get in, Eric. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, what an amazing team. What a performance. Brilliant to see it. Justine, a quick word from you. Once again, beautiful conditions out here this morning. You would like to surf a bit longer, but you look like you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, definitely we wanted Eric to surf then for the second hit. But it was a crazy day, and I'm happy with the win. And thanks a lot again, Eric. Best driver out there so far. And I wanted you guys to see how he surfs well. He's the best surfer as well, but he couldn't surf. And yeah, so thanks a lot, Eric. Thanks a lot, Fred. Thanks a lot, all the guys for the safety. It was awesome.
And thanks Nazaré Water Fun all the time with us. Thanks family Machado that's taking care of this little one while dad and mom are out there. And yeah, just happy. You want to say something, Eric?
Yeah, I would like to say that one of the most important part of the contest was definitely Lucas Chumbo. You know, he was picked up by Sebastian. I think that's, in the end, you want all go back to the harbor really well. There's a big competition between each other, well, this team and that team, but you don't want no one get hurt. So that's, for me, was the highlight of the contest.
Yeah, it was like the competition started and Scooby puts Chumbo on a bomb and we look, Eric and I, we were like, okay. And then Sebastian just got him before the rocks, like a crazy safety. So yeah, that action after the 5 minutes, we were like, okay, it's on.
All right. Once again, your ladies winner, Justine Dupont. Let's make some noise. Getting her Tudor watch. All right, well, next up, let's welcome someone up. We've just been talking about him. He is an unbelievable performer. Changed the game really out here. We've never, ever seen anyone do what he's been able to do time after time after time. He does it with a smile on his face as well. He had a scary moment first thing this morning. He seems fine. Let's find out. Let's welcome up our men's winner, Lukas Szianka. Yeah, mate. Well done, mate. Yeah, legends. Yeah, Scooby. And once again, no real surprise to see how well this unit performed. They really are a team. Lucas as well with them on the pickups. And that was a scary moment. We'll get a few insights from that. I'll just jump in. So, Chumbo, mate, back here once again, mate, with a trophy. But let's just talk about that very first moment of the day this morning, because that was scary for everyone watching. What was it like for you?
Yeah, thank you, guys. Obrigado, mais uma pro Brasil, graças a Deus. But that was a heavy moment, for sure. One of the heaviest water pouts of my life, for sure. I never felt that in the peak one, and that was a real one. I want to thank you so much, Sebastian, to take me there. He was in front of the rock and make the rescue in the perfect condition. So thank you so much. He saved my life today. It started really gnarly today, but we try our best. Scooby put me some bombs. I put him a couple bombs. Everybody did a great show here. And one more time, Nazaré, giving this show for you guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank my team to always to be there. Think to be rescuing me, and thank you WSL to make this happen. Now one more. We need one more.
Your men's champ, Lucas Chumbo. Let's get the Tudor watch for Lucas. What a moment. Once again, well done to all of our champions, all of the teams. And let's also make some noise for the safety, Seb Stoitner and the team, keeping everyone safe. What a great event. You guys have been awesome. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, some happy faces, some smiley dials. We saw an incredible performances there by those, those surfers, and it did show the teamwork involved, didn't it? Basically, everyone there was some individual winners, but all the teams were up there on the podium, right, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, that's it, like when you see the awards and you see how, also happy the athletes are, and then you really know how difficult this call must have been, and at the same time, how it was the best possible call. Everyone made it back home safely. The limits were pushed at the peak of the swell. And it's just incredible. I'm really proud, obviously, of Nick representing Portugal, and one more big team win. Again, this format that really rewards the team, I think, is a beautiful format that the World Surf League has figured out for toe surfing, and how toe surfing can be part of this show. But I mean, I'm still really stoked, so I'm happy about that.
And the cream rises to the top. Justine Dupont, Izzy, yet again, she's just showing you at this wave particularly, she's almost unbeatable, isn't she?
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say she's just unbeatable, unmatched out here. She really has put her time in and has dedicated her life to surfing here, and it's really cool to see her get the results that she deserves.
Yeah, the daughter wasn't so happy with it all, but I'm sure she'll come around to it to find out what an incredible mum she's got. Because to do all that with a small child, with the sacrifices that it takes, and Fred, her husband. So, yeah, awesome scenes. And, of course, the winners, we saw Clem and Nick, the teams. What does it feel like, mate, to have a Portuguese winner up there on the stage? What does that mean for Portuguese surfing?
It's really, really special. I mean, it's really special. And again, a little bit to all the effort that, all the behind the scenes that comes to this moment of celebration. But Nick's really put in a tremendous effort. And Clement and his, I remember last year how it was such a big decision to bring Clement on board. And so that's outstanding. To go get Sergio. Sergio had some really severe injuries. So to get him back on board. Caio's an unbelievable spotter, just a really guy who transmits a lot of confidence in the water. And so that really is a team award. And I think that's something special. And I think it's a gift of surfing to the broader world, that there's actually teams that's what really, makes
well,
it.
Let's have a look at some of that teamwork, because we got the 4 waves from the best team performances from Clement and Nick Von Rupp, and we're going to look at them here. Izzy, this first wave, just the style and the ability to just to look great on big waves. It's an incredible performance. And we saw Nick and Clement pretty calm, pretty happy. And this wave was a lovely one. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are pretty unstoppable today. They chose some of the best waves and executed those rides perfectly. And, it takes a lot of time to be out here and learn how to navigate that. And it was really, really inspiring.
Yeah, and then this sort of stuff. João Del Macedo is just so committed. These 2 goofy footers, aren't they? They're in sync. They know the wave. They had their spot picked out, and this is what they did.
Look how deep he's coming from behind. This was the highest score of the whole event. This wave, it looked like he would never make it, and we just stopped seeing him, and he flew off the frame.
Yeah, and
that's how far out he went.
And the drone shows how difficult that chop is. You just look at the texture on that wave and how they can just drive through it. It's amazing.
Yeah, just the lines that they're choosing to take and having to navigate through that chop. It's really no joke. And, they've really put their equipment and their skills to the test today, and it paid off.
And you could see how happy they were straight afterwards. They knew they'd done an incredible performance. And there they are on screen now, all smiles. Teamwork makes the dream work. Shanka there. These guys, the elite at this wave. And you can see the camaraderie as well. And that's what it's all about. That's what the big wave surfing's all about, isn't it? It's a bit different in the cutthroat world of professional surfing. It still means a lot, but there is that, that big wave ethic. You big wave surf yourselves. That must be very important.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
I mean, how can we not agree? No, I
we're
think
all big wave
surfing.
surfers.
I think surfing is a gift to the world. I think, and we just have to keep reinventing ourselves and putting the athletes to the test. And the fact that a guy like Sebastian actually went out of his way, and you could see just the thank you that went out to him, because he went out of his way, put himself in harm's danger to kind of serve this greater purpose of this unbelievable show that's happening here. So I think it's just, it is a challenge, and every year there are new challenges, but surfing is such a gift, and I think to sports at large, and I think we're actually a huge contribution to the Olympics, so to speak, so taking it to that point. But really proud of everyone in the water, and proud to be a surfer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we came down this morning and to see some of those waves, you think, how are they going to cope with it? How are they going to deal with those waves? And then you just see performance. They put themselves on the line. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty cool to come here and just see these people who have dedicated their careers and their lives, and then just be in this position to thrive and do their thing and show the world what they have. And it's just such a beautiful thing to watch. And the fact that we're able to do this for a job is pretty unbelievable. And yeah, I'm super grateful. And surfing is just such a gift.
Yeah, well, talk about a gift. Well, Justine Dupont is a gift to surfing because she came out yet again today. Michelle de Bouillon's did an incredible performance. He came second, but it was Dupont who just stamped her authority. And we're going to look at the vision now, Zhao, of just how she managed to do that the best two waves.
Yeah.
But she got 4 or 5 of these waves, these big waves.
Back non-stop. She was just on a rampage with Eric, and just, you could tell her fitness. She's been working on that, you know, to... This one I felt was like definitely, you know, she was so deep. She really, you see, she held the bottom for so long. And at the very last second, you know, used her low center of gravity, all of those arm movements. She's like honoring Mark Richards, right?
She's got a swoop on her, hasn't she? Yeah. The wide arms out there.
Arm span and beautiful stuff.
Competitive-wise, Izzy, she just doesn't make mistakes either, does she? You know, the competitive zone is important, and in this event, she just makes really good decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I rarely see Justine fall out here. She reads the waves so well, and she's had so much competitive experience in her life, and she seems like she does very well under the pressure of competition.
She's so relaxed, and you can see her even up there on the stage with the baby under one arm and hoisting the trophy with one arm.
Just enjoying herself, right?
Yeah, she lives for this. She's dedicated her life to it. You talk about she's moved here. You know, her kid is born and raised here, and she's part of the fabric of this big wave town. And she's a winner. She's the beautiful sights there. The swell's still coming in, and also, and we talk about Kareem rising to the top again, and that was the you know, Justine winning the women's performance, but it's again that man Lucas Shanka, who has again won the you know, the male performance award, and it's just, you know, we're running out of superlatives of what that man can do.
Right.
But today he even outdid himself. He went an extra way. He got himself involved in some crazy situations and came out smiling, Joe. I mean, how does he do it?
I mean,
Why
it
does he
really
do it?
is. That's his movie, right? That's just coming out. He's built for big wave surfing. I mean, and again, it's a new generation. I mean, when you think, you know, it's all been said and done, and then someone like Lucas comes out. I remember, like, you were reminiscing his first season here with Marcos Monteiro. And, I mean, he just is able to keep pushing himself. He has a family himself. His dedication to this spot. But he's traveled all over the world, so he keeps his game fresh. I mean, this wave was just...
That was the first wave of the day.
Yeah.
And he cartwheeled through the heart of a 50-foot closeout and came out, or 60-foot, or whatever you call it.
And it was such a high score because there was, I mean, it's everything that, you know, at the same time, the risk and that went into that.
And this one, have you seen a bigger over the falls than this one? Because I don't know if I have.
I don't think so. That might take the cake, but it just shows you, you know, you hear Lucas talking about how that was one of the worst wipeouts of his life. And, I mean, this is no joke out here. The best of the best on this day are having some of the heaviest falls, you know.
Yeah, heavy falls coming up. He came on the beach. He did have a lie down for about 8 seconds. Sort of lay down. His boards were destroyed. But he's just so resilient, and he just lives for it. He's so fit, and he's electric as well. So it's a pretty potent package.
No, and I mean, just I think he thrives on all the energy that, you know, and that's the thing. I think athletes are really pushing themselves. I mean, we all obviously, you know, are so worried, and I think it's very brave, you know, for the organization to let the athletes take these risks, because there is a combined, you know, there's a collective here that is, you know, putting this massive show. And so it's something beautiful, you know, how grateful you can tell how Lucas is. And that's why I think even after such a really hard time, I mean, but that's living. That's, you know, intense and extreme surfing. It's like you really appreciate life also. And so I think that's a big lesson that we can all
well, you've got some big lessons, actually, Zhao. Now, we're going to get you on this now. We're about to go. We've got the top 5 to come up. But just before we do that, I know you've been very busy on the Hope Zones project, which is a project just down here in Nazaré. Can you quickly, please, tell me what it is, what it's about, and how other people can get involved?
Well, I think it's just wanting to honor this wonderful place that has given me personally so many joys, you know, and I'm being a part of the surfing community. And I think the surfing community has a huge contribution from a conservation side. And so what we're doing is we're planting 22 hectares of seaweed just south here of the lighthouse. And it's just a place for blue carbon. We're creating habitat. And we're looking to get a biofertilizer. So it's kind of like a trifecta of goals in a conservation environment. And so I think this is like a way of giving back. It's given me a lot of purpose in everything that I'm doing. And, you know, I feel a little bit edgy. I'm not able to surf as much, but I think that's, you know, being here in the booth is just like being out there in a certain way, and doing this feels like the exact right thing to do.
And it's hopezones.org.
Hopezones.org is where you can get out more news and come visit. You know, when you come visit the giant wave, that was one of the locations. If a seaweed farm can survive here, so there's a lot of seaweed farms around the world. We're tapping into that, and Nazaré is contributing to that, you know, wave of change.
Well, thanks, mate. We appreciate your work, and yeah, check out Hope Zone. It's a fundamentally great thing to do, and it can be replicated around the world, hopefully. But right now, we're going to look at the top 5 highlights of today, of this morning. We had the round 1 ran in some incredible conditions, huge waves, offshore conditions, and these are the top 5 moments. I might get Izzy Gomez to talk us through this number 5.
Oh,
well, it's another one. It's
Here
a
we
wipeout.
go.
There
Oh
it
my!
is.
The first
Oh,
Lucas wave of the day.
What went wrong?
Well, a lot. You know, there's just no avoiding that.
He did that wheelie, didn't he? That's never a good sign.
Disengage, rail comes out, full wheelie, and he did everything he could. And wipeout number 2 for Lucas. Just, again, he did what he could to avoid it. He had a really nice turn before that, and then unfortunately just got sucked over the falls. Another brutal wipeout for him.
He didn't need to do that turn. He did it for points. But I tell you what, these wipeouts kept coming. This one is a Laura Crane, I think, just cartwheeling through some horrendous foam, and then some big ones coming up. Meanwhile, number 4, you were very impressed with Michelle today. Zhao, I'll get you to talk through this one. What a performance from this incredible woman.
She's so deserving, and I really love the team, you know, the fact that, you know, Ian and Michelle have been here for many, many years, and she's just a standout. Her consistency, you know, the way that she also carries herself outside. And like you say, like her positioning is just perfect. Like she's able to go deep. This ride was incredible. I mean, you think she's going to lose it. No, she's gone. And then she's able to, like, she's edging every little second she's getting to just get to that shoulder so deep and making it.
Okay, number 3 here, best male performance, Lukashenko. We can't talk enough about him. And he just kept going. He put himself in some crazy situations, and he always came up smiling, and that's a mark of a champion, right, Is?
Yeah, I mean, Lucas, just every day he's out here, he just leaves it all in the water. And you can tell just by the way he surfs, such high energy. And it's really cool to watch. And, you know, even the best of the best have these days where they find themselves in harm's way.
All right, and then, I mean, talk about relaxed. There's Justine Dupont, just probably ordering, just doing her online shopping for the week, getting the groceries
getting
in.
baby food,
and it comes out.
And straight into this one.
Yeah, and oh, that's right. And the wave selection, Zhao, is what we talked about, but she's just got such a relationship with this wave and this place.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think, and she thanked Eric because she just really, and that's the trust that you need to have in your team. And so, you know, she just trusts his judgment, and she's just full, you know, just go, go, go. So that's just good. It really releases a lot of things to have that trust in his wave selection. His speed, you know, she's able to just position herself how she wants, go deeper, go a little bit more on the shoulder, and just the confidence to do these huge carves and everything. I mean, she's been working on equipment, you know, the relationship obviously with Eric and Fred also. I mean, all of these things then culminate in a huge show that she's putting on.
Yep.
And here we go, number 1 though, the best team performance featuring Portuguese Prince, Nick Von Rupp and Clement Rosero. So these two just looked in sync and in form, and just the ability to come out of that wave was incredible, wasn't it? They just were a cut above.
Yeah, they just seemed like they just found the flow today. It was really, really cool to watch these guys in action and just switch off, put each other on some great waves. They really had that wave selection dialed.
And we saw it at the end. Just you could tell the friendship and the relationship they've got going at the moment is it's solid gold. And I was so happy. They could tell after they came out they were hand clapped. They knew what they'd have done. They knew they'd achieved something special. And it's this. It's the best team performance. They got the trophy again, back to back.
Back to back. It's such a, and it really is a special award, and I think you know, they can both really go home very proud of themselves, and you know, kind of a bit of a changing of the guard. This is 2 years straight, so it's really putting that pressure also on, you know, just the amount of energy obviously that the Brazilian talent brings to Nazaré. So it's really, really cool. It's very exciting. It's a huge title for Portugal, having Sergio back in the water like this too. It's, wow, there, the sunset kind of...
There you go. Yeah, that shut you up pretty quick, didn't it? Even the sunset can shut up. I've never seen it. Who'd have thought it? But that is a wrap pretty much for the day. I'd like to thank you, João de Macedo, for hosting us and for being so hospitable and bringing that energy and the vibes. It's much appreciated, mate. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, guys. It's been a real pleasure, and what a day.
How would you sum up the day, mate, in one word?
I can't avoid gratitude. That's what my heart says.
Izzy, how have you found today? Well, thanks for coming along. Your first time in the booth at Nazaré. How would you sum up the day in your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can use one word to describe it, but
I'll give you a few more.
Yeah, I'm just so grateful to be able to be here and finally watch Nazaré on one of the day of days and sit here with you guys and talk story and just watch a great show.
Yeah, well, thanks so much. Thank you, the fans, for sticking with us. We really appreciate your support. All the people that's done the hard work to make this happen. It's invaluable. We're going to go to highlights. The Big Wave season is open until March 31st. Go to Red Bull TV for more live Big Wave action and all the stories behind it. We appreciate your support. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.